The House will come to order. Members, please register. Strict enforcement has been requested by Mr. Harrison. Please vote from your desk and not for anybody else.
You gonna break the gavel today?
You have to vote from your desk. Mr. Harrison would like you to vote from your desk, Ms. Leo Wilson. Have a seat. It's good. A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Pray for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Morning, members. Afternoon, excuse me. Apologize. Word for the day is steadfastness, which is hard. I grew up a lisper. I had to go speech therapy, which is a hard thing to say too, speech therapy. But steadfastness. Steadfastness. It's an unwavering commitment, endurance, and faithfulness, especially under pressure or trial or temptation. It's not passive, it's active perseverance rooted in trust in God. So I'm going to be praying for steadfastness as we are entering this long weekend and to next week as we kind of start to wind down here, but we need to stay focused. So let me pray for that. Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we do pause here at the threshold of a new week, weary from the long journey that's been behind us, yet trusting the strength that you provide for the road ahead. You call us to steadfastness, especially when the work is heavy, when the hours are long, and when our soul and our body grow tired. Please let each member here not give in to any kind of discouragement or be slowed by fatigue that we all feel at a time like this, but as your word says in Galatians, let us not grow weary in doing good. And help these leaders to hold fast to the call that you've placed upon them, even when the path is difficult and the rewards are not immediate. Renew their minds, refresh their spirits, strengthen their bodies, and restore their sense of calling for the week ahead so we may stay steadfast in what you've called them to do. In your Son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Retta Bowers from Dallas County to lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Good morning, members and friends in the gallery. As the spouse of a veteran, I would ask you to join us as we do daily for the pledges of allegiance to our nation's flag and our great state flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the state flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
It's going to be a bit. Please excuse Ms. Kerwin for today and tomorrow because of important business on motion of Ms. Harris Davila. Please excuse Ms. Meza for today and tomorrow to attend a wedding on motion of Mr. Cunningham. Please excuse Mr. Jones of Dallas today and tomorrow because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Linda Garcia of Dallas. Please excuse Ms. Christina Morales of Harris because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Linda Garcia. Please excuse Ms. Johnson because of important business on motion of Ms. Gomez. Please excuse Mr. Vo because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Rosenthal. Please excuse Mr. Paul because of an illness on motion of Mr. Frank. Please excuse Mr. Reynolds because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Ward Johnson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate. The door of
admit
the
the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 2, Buckley, sponsor Creighton, relating to public education and public school finance, committee substitute amended. HB 47, Howard, sponsor Zaffarini, relating to sexual assault and other sex offenses. HB 143, King, sponsor Hancock, relating to the authority of the Railroad Commission of Texas and the Public Utility Commission of Texas to address a failure by an operator to maintain an electrical power line serving a well site or certain surface facilities in accordance with the National Electric Code, committee substitute. HB 149, Capriglione, sponsor Schwertner, relating to regulation of the use of artificial intelligence systems in this state providing civil penalties, committee substitute amended. HB 171, Guillen, sponsor Zaffarini, relating to...
Chair announces the following signed in the presence of the House.
HB 1393, HB 1734, HB 1894, HB 1965, HB 2286, HB 2467, HB 2468, HB 2529, HB 2564, HB 2760, HB 2765, HB 2842, HB 2898, HB 3088, HB 3146, HB 3479, HB 3575, HB 3687, HB 3788, HB 3800, HB 4490, HB 5057, HB 5534, HB 5668.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to set a local consent and resolutions calendar for 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency to meet while the House is in session today at 12:45 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency will meet today at 12:45 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Is this the... Mr. Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Natural Resources to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in room 3W.9 to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition previously adopted. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 657 by McLaughlin in memory of the 21 victims of the mass shooting that took place at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde on May 24, 2022.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Try not to break up in this. 3 years ago today, my hometown of Uvalde was forever changed. 19 children walked into their classroom and never came home. 2 teachers gave their lives protecting their students, and 21 families had their world shattered. The resilience of the Uvalde community in the face of such an unimaginable sorrow is a testament to the strength of those who have come together to comfort and support one another. Through these efforts, residents are carrying forward the legacy of the victims while striving for a world where no one must endure a tragedy like this again. For the families from my community, time has stood still ever since. So today I ask that we all step into that moment, excuse me, with them to remember the lives taken too soon. Please join me in honoring the memory of Neva Elisa Bravo, 10 years old, Jacqueline Jalen Cazares, 9 years old, McKenna Lee Elrod, 10 years old, Jose Manuel Flores, 10 years old, Elena Amaya Garcia, 9 years old.
Uzziah Sergio Garcia, 10 years old. Amory Joe Garcia, 9 years old. Xavier James Lopez, 10 years old. Jace Carmelo Luevanos, 10 years old. Tess Marie Mata, 10 years old. Miranda Gail Mathis, 11 years old.
Alethea Haven Ramirez, 10 years old. Anabel Guadalupe Rodriguez, 10 years old. Maite Juliana Rodriguez, 10 years old. Alexandria Ania Rubio, 10 years old. Layla Marie Salazar, 11 years old.
Jayla Nicole Silguero, 10 years old. Eliana Cruz Torres, 10 years old. Rogelio Fernandez Torres, 10 years old. Irma Linda Garcia, 40 years old. And Eva Mirales, 44 years old.
Please join me in a moment of silence.
Guests in the galleries, please rise and observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks on the previously adopted memorial resolution just presented before the floor are reduced to writing and placed in the House Journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. Where are we going first? Third reading? Members, we will be starting on the third reading calendar. Okay, here we go. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2405. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2405, relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the functions of the Board of Pardons and Parolees, Correctional Managed Health Care Committee, Texas Correctional Office on Offenders and Medical or Mental Impairments, and the Wyndham School District.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill. Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is related to the continuation and the functions of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice and Texas Department of Criminal Justice and to the functions of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, the Correctional Managed Health Care Committee, and Texas Correctional Office on Offenders with Medical and Mental Impairments. This is the sunset bill dealing also with the Wyndham School District. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2405. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 127 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2405 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2406. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2406 by Paxton relating to the Sabine River Authority, following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, Senate Bill 2406 is the recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Committee on the Sabine River Authority. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on the final passage of Senate Bill 2406. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 8 nays, Senate Bill 2406 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2407. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2407 by Sparks relating to Lower Nueces Valley Authority, following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 2407 is the recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Committee on the Lower Neches Valley Authority. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2407. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Collier voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 132 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 2407 finally passes. Excuse me. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2166. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2166 by Parker relating to testing of voting tabulation equipment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2166 strengthens testing requirements to ensure that all electronic equipment is tested properly, thoroughly, and consistently throughout the state of Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2166. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 131 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2166 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2148. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2148 by Hall relating to the reliability of electricity supply chain.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lawson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill helps secure our grid. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for a few questions?
Ms. Lawson, would you yield?
Of course.
She will.
Representative Lawson, this is a very, very important bill. How did you exactly define critical facility?
In the first page of the bill, Representative, critical facility means a transmission substation and any associated control centers that, if rendered inoperable or damaged because of a physical attack, could cause widespread instability, uncontrolled separation, or cascading outages within an interconnection.
Is that different from the definition we have in place in the law already of critical infrastructure? So I know that we have several bills and several statutes in place that already define critical infrastructure. Why, specifically, can you tell us why that's different in this case?
Representative, I don't know what sections you're referring to. If you have those, I'd be happy to take a look at them.
No, just in past, when we have talked about electrical substations and items like that, that we had listed them in sections of the code that defined critical infrastructure and the regulations around critical infrastructure.
It's possible, Representative, that the broader critical infrastructure might refer to things other than these transmission substations. I'm not sure without looking at the statute you're referring to.
The bill mandates the exercises to be conducted every 2 years for critical facilities. Like, why 2 years? Why not every year? Since given the nature of how important these stations are.
I believe there are some other exercises that are performed annually in a different section, and I'm looking for that now, that this one specifically would be every other year.
Is there anything in the bill that says like how that it needs to be conducted within a time frame within those 2 years, or can they conduct one year in one cycle and then the next year conduct it again 6 months later within that next 2 year period? Or does it say like it has to be conducted at a certain time within those 2 years, meaning that we're looking at a spread of, the analysis is more spread out?
I understand your question, and to that point, I believe it just leaves it open once
Okay.
every 2 years.
And your legislative intent is that we're hoping that the people who are in charge of this have enough sense to say, we're not going to conduct those in the same 2 years back to back. Would that be fair? Meaning
Meaning you don't want to see them do it in November of 1 year and then February of the next year
Correct.
to qualify as every 2 years.
right? And so
Yeah.
that way we have this now. Then we have this like almost a 2 year, 3 year gap between that and the next one.
Representative, I think the idea is if they think they need more frequently, that would be great, but we want them at least once every 2
okay.
years.
Have you looked at the potential impacts and resource requirements for electric generation and transmission service providers participating in these exercises? Have they been evaluated, particularly in terms of logistics and costs? Sorry, that's somebody asked me to ask that.
Well, as I recall, the utilities testified in favor of this when the bill was over in the Senate.
And they are satisfied with those.
They testified in favor of it. And it passed unanimously out of state affairs once it reached the House.
Thank you. And just for clarity, what are the specific performance metrics or evaluation criteria on which these facilities will be judged?
Well, I'm not sure about what you mean by how they'll be judged. Now, there are in here specific roles and responsibilities that they're going to be looking at.
So in the evaluation that would be conducted once every 2 years at minimum, what main things are they looking for, and how do we know whether or not they've been satisfied or not, as your legislative intent?
Every 2 years, a simulated or tabletop exercise conducted under this must identify the roles and responsibilities of a following list in the event of an attack or an actual physical attack, and that's the transmission and distribution service providers, the providers of electric generation service, law enforcement, and the independent organization certified for the ERCOT power region, and the commission, which is the PUC.
Okay. And nothing outside of that, what you just read?
What do you mean?
No criteria outside of what, essentially, that is it.
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm
I
not
think-
trying to be gamey with you, but I'm not sure
I
I
think
understand.
the question is more, I think it's a weirdly drafted question. Trying to ask that there's not going to be additional criteria included that's being put on by other agencies or other things in this test.
Well, I think the idea is once they get around the tabletop for this exercise to identify the potential threats and how they're going to address them, they may need to
Okay.
add other things to their list of what they're evaluating, but as far as what's in the statute, that's what I
Thank you very
just
much.
provided for you.
Appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Representative. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for
will
what
the
purpose?
gentlelady yield for questions?
Would
Yes,
you
ma'am,
yield,
I
Ms.
sure will.
Lawson?
Thank
She
you,
will.
Representative Slauson, because, I want to educate myself on this, right?
I know you do, ma'am, and I'm happy to help you.
All right. So, when I hear a tax, I hear negative. Could you help us understand what type of tax we're talking about? Is that someone messing with the system or a breakdown in the system? Which one is it?
Yes, ma'am. A physical attack on our electric grid would be a negative thing, to be sure. And I suppose that could manifest in many different ways, whether by physical actors being present or I don't even want to speculate here what bad actors might do to try and bring down our electric grid, but it would be a bad and negative thing.
And the reason I like this bill is we know that during that time, there were a lot of shutdowns. So when you talk about the tabletop and you're talking about reviewing it, is that giving it that trial run in terms of the load factors, making sure we never have what we had before?
Well, Representative, I'm not sure what you're referring to as before, but this is designed to try and anticipate where weaknesses might be and how we can address those before there is an attack on our grid.
But you're relating it to attack, but not necessarily the level of the load factors, because when we had the freeze and people died and things like that, this is not related to that at all. This is just a testing of our systems.
Well, it wouldn't be related to it in that Uri didn't attack us per se, as this would contemplate. However, there are probably some beneficial lessons that could be learned from any exercise that's conducted to evaluate how the grid might go down and how the actors might work together to bring it back up to protect Texans.
So this doesn't address any of the financial burden. It doesn't address a Uri situation. It doesn't address any of that. It's strictly just addressing the potential of an attack.
This doesn't directly address a Uri situation.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move passage again.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Oftentimes we move through these bills very, very quickly, but I want to highlight the importance of this particular piece of legislation and really thank the author and also the author on the Senate side and the House sponsor for bringing it. You know, for years and years and years, Senator Hall has been sounding the alarm on the vulnerabilities in our grids to attack. And when he first came to the legislature, he notified us of the dangers of an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, and its devastating effects on the Texas grid. And for a while, people just didn't listen to him. But he stayed at it, he stayed at it, he stayed at it, and today we have a culmination of those efforts. Because he was really the canary in the coal mine telling us about how people wanted to do us harm, and when they attacked us, they were going to attack our grid. And I'm really, really grateful to the House sponsor, Chairwoman Slauson, because this requires the Public Utility Commission of Texas to conduct simulations, to really engage in game theory about what would happen if we were attacked via our grid. And we've seen how things can go wrong just with severe weather and natural disasters, which is also a part of this bill. We've seen how 700 Texans could freeze to death across the state when the grid fails. This bill gives us laser-like focus not only to the legislature, but to the Public Utility Commission and to ERCOT to start gaming out what it would look like if we were under attack via the grid. And they're going to be not only doing this tabletop exercise, but they're also going to be able to assess what the threats of an attack look like every 2 years. And as Boy Scouts always say, be prepared. And I think it's very, very important that the state adopt this bill. They're going to identify not only the threats, and I'll yield in just a moment, not only the threats through this tabletop exercise, but then they get to work with stakeholders, right? What is law enforcement going to do? What are the boots on the ground in DPS going to do? What are the regulators going to do? Not only to deal with the threat and stand the service back up, but then respond to the dangers, the clear and present dangers presented to all Texans. So, Mr. Speaker and members, I would really love for this bill to get over 100 votes in this body. I cannot emphasize enough the critical importance of this. I spend all of my legislative time, or most of it at least, at that intersection between technology, stewardship of the earth, and grid security. That is where we should all be spending our time, because not only is it really important to have reliable electrons on the grid for economic development, it's also very important that we maintain the safety and security of those electrons in time of attack. So, Mr. Speaker and
Mr. Wu,
members,
for
I
what
urge you to
purpose?
vote for this bill.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a
Would
few
you
questions?
yield, Mr. Anchia?
I do.
He will.
Mr. Anchia, you had me until you started talking about EMPs.
Listen, Mr. Wu, whether we think the technology is there or not,
Yeah.
I think I think we should thank Senator Hall, with whom I've had an opportunity to work very closely for the first time this session, for bringing our attention to the vulnerabilities of the grids, whether it's going to be through a pulse attack, whether it's through a physical attack, whether through its explosion, demolition, sabotage. He was the one that really got us focused on this, I'd say 2 or 3 sessions, no, maybe 4 sessions ago.
But just to be clear, this bill is not limited to a. Let me just back up a bit. An EMP is a military-style attack.
Correct.
Like that is what is essentially a nuclear weapon.
Yes, it can be a nuclear weapon, correct. That knocks out through a pulse, an electromagnetic pulse, it decimates the entire grid. And we see this work, for example, on drones. You know, this is a countermeasure that is on a smaller scale when a military is trying to repel a drone attack.
But I just want to be clear that this bill is not limited to just that, right?
No, not at all, not at all.
Because like I'm sorry.
I just use it as illustrative of Senator Hall's journey on trying to sensitize us to the vulnerabilities in our electric grid.
Because, like in Houston area, our concerns have not been EMP. Our concerns have been about weather, trees, generation. I mean, our area has suffered through outage after outage after outage, claiming I don't know how many lives. And I want to make sure that when we do these studies that we're focused on things that are more likely to happen, such as weather events and things like that. And
you and I are in
grid
violent
attacks.
Yes. Sorry, I overtalked you. I apologize. So you and I are in violent agreement, okay, that we need to prepare for severe weather, and we've already passed a policy out of this House previously related to that. And this,
I mean, you think the
but
most
hold on,
likely,
let me
the
finish
most
real
likely
quickly.
attack is going to be a cyber attack.
Sure. We've seen that on critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure in the past. We saw the attacks, the Stuxnet attacks on a nuclear facility. It could be along those lines. But, you know, I fear that this legislative body doesn't even fully assess or appreciate, thank you, Ms. Thompson, fully appreciate the different ways that our grid can be attacked.
That's fair.
I think, you know, unless we have a national security expert here on the floor, we rely on the experts to tell us what our vulnerabilities are and what the methods of attack can be.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just as just by way of recap, this bill is very important because it not only requires us to game out what would happen to it in an attack every 2 years, which is very important, it coordinates all of the response among the different levels of government in order to keep Texans safe, and then it asks ERCOT and the PUC, hey, how do we stand up the grid once it goes down? Because we got a taste of that just a few years ago, and it was not pretty. So members, I really hope that you all support this bill, that we get over 100 votes on this bill so it can be immediately effective, and I thank Chairwoman Slauson for bringing it to the floor. With that, members, I close.
Please excuse Ms. Yvonne Davis of Dallas because of important business on the motion of Ms. Thompson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the third time is the charm. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2148. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye, please. Miss, they got you, McQueenie. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Being 132 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2148 finally passes. The chair lays out Senate Bill 535 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 535 by Huffman, relating to the admissibility of evidence regarding a victim's past sexual behavior in prosecutions of certain trafficking, sexual, or assaultive offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 535 until 1:15 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 777. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 777 by Hughes, relating the compensation and employment condition standards by municipal charter or collective bargaining agreement into impasse, resolution, and collective bargaining with certain political subdivisions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 777 allows firefighters to restore and maintain their bargaining impasse tools. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 777. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 37 nays, Senate Bill 777 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 827. The chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. 827? Laid out Senate Bill 827 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 827 by Parker, relating to the audit of an election using electronic voting system.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 827 until 2 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1141. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1141 by Miles, relating to procedures in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Bear to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that Representative Campos laid out yesterday. I'm so proud to join author with her, along with Senator Miles. And what this will do is help streamline the parent-child relationship and ensure that there's best practices when impacted by the Department of Family and Protective Services. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1141. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes, 11 nays, Senate Bill 1141 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1330. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1330 by Hancock relating to the billing and reimbursement of certain medical equipment, devices, and supplies provided to Medicare enrollees, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is future Senator Paul's bill that closes a loophole in federal Medicare law that allows some DME suppliers to charge an unlimited amount for the supplies they provide Medicare beneficiaries. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1330. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 133 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1330 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1352. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1352 by Adam Hinojosa relating to the deadline for filing an application for certain ad valorem taxation exemptions or allocations and the calculation of the penalty for filing a late application for such an exemption or allocation.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1352 until 1:16 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1664. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1664 by Schwartner relating to public information regarding the rates of transmission and distribution utility.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides transparency to consumers about transmission rates. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1664. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1664 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1862. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1862 by Hughes relating to interstate notification by a voter registrar of certain applicants for voter registration.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill helps keep the voter rolls clean both in Texas and across the country. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1862. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1862 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1936. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1936 by Juan Hinojosa relating to the definition of an abuse unit for certain controlled substances under the Texas Controlled Substance Act.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday to help our crime labs fairly and accurately measure LSD crime units, abuse units. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
He will. Go ahead.
Mr. Representative Louderback, could you please explain exactly what the change is a little more?
The change is simply by weight. That's how we're going to measure this now. They have not been done by weight ever before, and it allows for a more fair prosecution standard.
And what we're talking about is specifically LSD, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and no other drugs?
Nope.
And
the other drugs are already done by weight.
That's true, but few other drugs are done in this manner. Would that be fair?
LSD is the only one done now, and we're wanting to move it to be measured by weight.
So let me clarify my question. So just for example, cocaine, crack cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, those drugs are used directly. That means that cocaine is snorted, crack is smoked, methamphetamine is generally smoked. Heroin can be injected or smoked or snorted. But LSD is the only one that requires a medium, correct?
That's the common delivery method.
So most of the times, a LSD dosage, one dose, is placed onto a paper square. Is that correct?
Yes.
And each square denotes one use, one hit, one tab, one dosage, correct?
Currently.
Okay. And the reason for the past rule is because LSD as a quantifiable drug is extremely light, correct?
It is.
And especially after whatever liquid solvent is utilized to dissolve it or as a carrying medium, once that evaporates off the paper, the amount of LSD, the molecules on the paper are virtually weightless.
I won't admit to weightless, but it's a very
It's
thin, powerful drug.
But it's substantially lower than the weight of the paper.
I'm not advised about that.
Meaning that the amount, that compared to the weight, the physical weight of the paper that it's on, that the dried residue of the LSD molecules are substantially lighter than the much larger paper that it's on.
But they're substantially more powerful also.
Okay. So, and it doesn't have to be paper. You can put it onto bread. You can put it on a cracker. You can put it on just about anything else that can be ingested.
I'm sure you could.
Right. So, I mean, I voted against this in committee. I mean, just to be clear. So now, if this bill goes into law, we would determine the criminal offense level purely by the total weight of what is seized, correct?
Okay.
Right? So if someone, just say they had one dose, but they had on let's say a slice of an apple, then the offense level would be calculated by the entire weight of that slice of apple in addition to whatever LSD is on it, correct?
Well, I don't know of a case one where an apple has been LSD impregnated. I do know many cases where it's on paper.
That's correct, but again, there's not a set kind of paper it has to be on. The paper could be very light, the paper could be very heavy. Somebody might be really stupid and put it on a piece of cardboard for whatever reason, and that cardboard could weigh as much as, that one tab could weigh as much as an entire sheet of paper.
Well,
So-
in the reality of things, Mr. Wu, we don't see that happening.
But I think that's kind of the problem, is that if somebody has a vial of LSD, right, and it's on a different medium or a heavier medium, that might be less than the amount of paper that someone else might have. That one person actually has physically more LSD, more of the drug, but it's on less medium, and they would receive a lower charge because the total weight is less. Instead of looking at the actual units, the number of serving units or number of tabs that it could create.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with you about that, because the reality is this is simply a measure to save time in the labs. The cleanup, I don't think there's going to be a total weight base other than the LSD.
Is there a requirement that on whatever substance that it is, that it has to be a specific concentration?
I'm sorry, say again?
That it has to be a specific concentration. So, again, you can test for how much LSD is on a specific square, right? You can see by weight, you can guesstimate by weight, based through lab testing, how much you think is there.
I think it's more precise than that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, that's the kind of the point. Why not stick with a dosage base where you know how many dosages, how many sales they were trying to make instead of looking at the total weight of the medium that it's sitting on.
The purpose of the bill is because the crime labs are so backed up and so backlogged from so many cases. So this is simply an effort to streamline the crime lab here in the state of Texas so that they're able to do their job. I don't think they're looking to add any additional weight to it for a charge, which you may be getting at here, but I don't think that's the purpose of the bill.
I know that's not the purpose of the bill, but I'm saying the effect of the bill. The effect
I
of the bill.
I don't agree with the effect of the bill either.
Well, if you're going from a dosage-based criminal penalty to a weight-based criminal penalty, and we talked about how like different people can put LSD on different mediums, whether it could be very light paper, it could be very heavy paper, it doesn't have to be paper at all, right? And because of those differences, you can have one person putting the same dosage on each item and receive 3 different charges.
Well, we have an inconsistency now on the way it's done now. So this is going to provide a whole lot more consistency than what you're talking about.
But the consistency now is we're measuring it by dosage, meaning that if you try to sell 10 units of LSD, whether it's on paper, whether it's on a piece of apple, it's treated the same. But if it's based on the weight, then those same dosages, one person would be charged one way, and another person would be charged completely differently, even for the same dosage.
It's an inconsistent way that we do it now, based upon the size of the paper being cut down into little tabs. So that's an inconsistent way. So the way to do this thing and add more consistency to the criminal justice system is to do it by weight.
Thank you very much.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 19. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Anchita to speak. Chair recognizes Mr. Anchita to speak on the bill. I apologize, Mr. Anchita.
No, not at all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And thank you to Sheriff Louderback for bringing this bill. I heard the back and forth, and I didn't want people to be confused by it. And the reason I'm speaking on the bill is I'm a little bit torn, because this does change the way that we're going to be measuring this controlled substance. And on the other side, I've got the Dallas Police Association, who's in favor of this, telling me, hey, this is a law enforcement tool that we need. So I just want to contextualize it for you and I want you to look at the actual bill itself. All right, this relates to the definition of abuse unit. All right, the abuse unit in Part A provides the exceptions, and then in Part B provides essentially an alternative. And the change made by Sheriff Louderback says that each 10 milligram of paper is what's going to be measured, rather than the quarter-inch square, which was the prior measurement. Think, if you know anything about LSD or do a quick search, it is usually delivered in what are stamps, effectively, perforated paper that is square or rectangular that are then licked by the consumer. In this case, the author of this bill is simply saying in subpart 2 that the exception, well, I'll back up for a second. The definition of abuse unit says, other than paragraph B, which is the controlled substance is in liquid or solid form, 40 micrograms. So that's if it's solid, but if it's affixed to some sort of medium, a carrier medium, like blotting paper, a tablet, gelatin wafer, a sugar cube, for example, a stamp, or any other medium. And I heard the dialogue back and forth where Chairman Wu said, hey, what if it's on an apple? What if it was delivered on a bowling ball, right? That is going to change the weight of what is measured. What I think that the author is trying to get at is, hey, let's not measure this by square of paper. Instead, we're going to measure the substance in 10 milligram increments, okay? Each 10 milligram increment calculated by rounding the weight down to the nearest whole number is how it should be calculated. And regardless of the carrier medium, right? If the adulterant, dilutant, or carrier medium is paper, not marked or perforated. So if it's just on a sheet of paper, we're just going to take the total weight and round down for every 10 milligrams. And so I heard the back and forth. I'm interested in this subject matter. I share Sheriff Louderback's desire to help law enforcement interdict LSD. And I just didn't want there to be confusion in the back and forth on the microphone about the importance of this bill. So with that, members, I'll yield for questions.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Would you yield, Mr. Anchia?
I do.
He will.
Mr. Anchia, but you understand that if you take that piece of paper, no matter, and you ignore what is on the paper, and you just start slicing it up into 10 centimeter pieces, or millimeter pieces, you don't know what is actually on those pieces, right? And those pieces can be very different weights. Because again, if you're talking about a sugar cube, you mentioned, I think a bowling ball is a little bit ridiculous.
No,
Because you
I
can't
just
eat a
used
bowling-
it to illustrate, a logical outcome that you could take the argument to. That's why I mentioned it. You used Apple. I said if it taken to its logical conclusion, the method of delivery is not what we're trying to get at. I think you would agree.
No, I understand. Look,
You would agree.
I understand, but like if this bill had said you have the option of using either of these two methods, right? That you can say like we can keep the old method in place. It's like, look, if they're already, like, you can say like, hey, it's already dosed out. We only had 10 doses on this piece of paper because it was a particular light piece of paper, whatever it is, and then so like that 10 doses should not be cut up legally cut up into smaller sections than it actually is meant for, right? Because you can test and say like, hey, there's a lot of spots that you're cutting up into 10 millimeter squares that don't actually have any LSD on it. That would not be a fair way to charge someone.
I don't know. I disagree with that, and I'll tell you why. And we keep finding ourselves on the same side or different sides of this issue. I'm not sure why, but I think what the bill author is trying to get at is the most effective way to measure this stuff is not through the quarter-inch units of paper, but rather in milligrams. And what he's being responsive to is the feedback that he's gotten from the crime labs who were present at the hearing. Brady Mills of the DPS Crime Lab was there as a resource witness, and then the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence also heard from the Dallas Police Association and the Texas Municipal Police Association for the bill.
No, I don't doubt that's something that makes it easier to charge people with more stuff.
Let me finish.
Fair or not, is that they support that. I don't doubt that at all. What I'm asking for is that the process should be fair. That we shouldn't be just putting our thumb on the scale and saying, hey, we're just gonna make it so much easier on one side, because it seems like we keep consistently doing that. Like the justice system, you're an attorney. The justice system is supposed to be balanced. It's supposed to be fair. It's supposed to give both sides an equal opportunity to do what they want to do.
Well, look, and I am an attorney. If I'm in court, if I'm in a criminal court, it's either malpractice or I'm the defendant. Okay, so I don't want to represent that I'm a criminal and I'm a criminal lawyer up here. But what I do want to represent to you is that I don't think it's an unfair way to weigh. I don't think it is an unfair manner to weigh the LSD in this as the bill proposes, but rather it's probably more effective so that crime labs can actually measure it. I think that's what the bill author is getting at.
I get that, but again, the pass system, they don't like the pass system because it makes it complicated in certain situations, right? Where it's not easily counted out in how many tabs it is. And then instead we go to the opposite direction and so also create a system where, well, it makes it easier to deal with those situations, but then the stuff that's counted out gets ignored. And so, I don't understand why you can't just have a law that says, hey, we know that this is complicated, that like the way people use this is very different. Some people put it on sugar cubes, some people put it on a piece of paper, some people might put it in a tincture. They might just drop it straight in their mouth, right? And it's saying like you should be able to have a system that charges people fairly across all of these scenarios. And if the law contained both options, both separate charging options, it would be more fair.
I understand your speech. Is there a question associated with it?
Thank you very much.
I thank you as well. So, now I came up here to speak on the bill. Now I'm going to be in favor of the bill. In the back and forth that I had with my longtime friend, Chairman Wu, the assumption that he's making about the bill is that this is a less fair way to count the drug that is being delivered. And my view is that the bill author has done the correct thing, and he's worked with law enforcement, he's worked with the crime labs, so that we actually come up with the most effective way to test the material, right? And I think that's what we all share. Whether, and I don't want people to get it twisted, nobody here is pro-LSD. Everybody wants to give law enforcement the tools that they need to interdict this deadly drug. How we measure it, how we test it, is the purpose of this bill. And members, I think it lands in a fair place. So for that, I urge you to support Chairman Louderback's bill. Thank you for your time today.
I recognize Mr. Louderback to close.
Members, this change brings greater scientific precision to the statutory definition, supports more consistent lab analysis, and aids law enforcement in the prosecution of LSD-related offenses. Move
Mr.
passage.
Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will he yield for a
Would
question?
you yield, Mr. Louderback?
Sure.
So I noticed that the TMPA, Texas Municipal Police Association, and Dallas Police Association support the bill. Do
They
you
all
know, are there any police associations that don't?
No.
So the Austin Police Association also supports it.
That list is so long of the associations for law enforcement here. I know the major associations in our state do.
And it will help them do their jobs better.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1936. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 108 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 1936 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1453. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1453 by Bettencourt relating to the current debt rate and the tax rate of the taxing unit for ad valorem tax purposes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, SB 1453 ensures taxing entities adopt the lowest possible INS rate, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1453. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 101 ayes, 32 nays, Senate Bill 1453 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1448. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1448 by Hughes relating to descendants' estates and other matters involving probate courts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
This is the Estates Code cleanup bill. It is not sexy. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1448. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 133 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1448 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1398. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1398 by Cold Course relating to certain procedures in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship for a child placed in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services and the provision of family preservation services and community-based foster care.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is aimed at improving our foster care and community-based care programs. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1398. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye, please. Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1398 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2137. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2137 by Menendez relating to the allocation of low-income housing tax credits.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we heard yesterday to remove school performance as a requirement for house tax credits. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2137. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cunningham voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 44 nays, Senate Bill 2137 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2111. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2111 by Zaffarini relating to legal representation of indignant person in the state and to proceedings before a magistrate, including the appointment of a counsel for an indignant defendant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill represents what's left of the omnibus request from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission. There were portions that were contested that were stripped away from this. So what's before you now is what was ultimately agreed to by all the stakeholders. I will tell you that portions that were stripped away are things that we're going to have to consider in the future because we need a pipeline in some areas of the state for indigent representation. We couldn't come to a consensus on how to get that done in this bill, so it's not here, but everything that's in this bill was agreed to by all the stakeholders, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2111. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Yes, have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes, 47 nays, Senate Bill 2111 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 53. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 53 by Zaffarini relating to certain notice and filing requirements in court proceedings involving persons with mental illness.
Chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 53 eliminates the outdated requirement that electronically filed court documents must be followed up with original signed paper within 72 hours. And it's a simple but meaningful bill to modernize our mental health code, reduces outdated red tape, and improves clarity for local officials and maintains necessary protections for all involved. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 53. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Flores voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 136 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 53 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 226. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 226 by West relating to establishing residency for children who are subject to parental child safety placement agreements for purposes of admission into public schools.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Senator West's bill that would allow students, children who are in parental child safety placements to enroll in the district of the place where they've been awarded guardianship. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 226. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 226 finally passes. Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1677 to designate the following members as co-sponsors. Simmons.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1677. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1677 by Menendez relating to a study on prevention and reduction of diabetes-related amputation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1677 would direct the Department of State Health Services to conduct a study on the prevention and reduction of diabetes-related amputations. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1677. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 78 ayes, 57 nays, Senate Bill 1677 finally passes. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone. Let me back up. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1723 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Little and Raymond, and as co-sponsors, Jolanda Jones.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1723. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1723 by Creighton relating to the establishment of a rapid DNA analysis pilot program in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Ms. Placia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Senator Creighton's rapid DNA test pilot program we passed yesterday. As amended, this will expedite investigations, reduce backlogs, and ensure quicker identifications of suspects or exonerate the innocent. And with that, I'd like to thank my joint authors and move passage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to speak for the bill.
I'll be very brief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to thank Senator Creighton, Representative Plesa for taking the lead on this very important legislation, but also to thank the folks out there who work with us, regular folks who get out front and tell us how important these things are. I want to thank Ashley Spence for helping us bring attention to this very important issue.
Chair recognizes Ms. Placia to close.
I ask for your favorable consideration and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1723. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 135 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1723 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1839. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1839 by Zaffarini relating to the delivery of records, including a will and probate proceedings transferred to other courts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply sets up a process by which records from one probate court can be transferred to another.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1839. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 136 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1839 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 36. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 36 by Parker relating to the Homeland Security activities of certain entities, including the establishment and operations of the Homeland Security Division and the Department of Public Safety.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 36 establishes a new Homeland Security Division within the Department of Public Safety.
Mr. Guillen, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will you yield, Mr. Hefner?
I yield.
He will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, thank you for this work on this important issue. I have a couple questions to better understand the bill. With the language as written, does Chapter 418 of the Government Code remain the guiding statute for all disaster response and recovery if SB 36 becomes law?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ensure that that's the case, but appreciate the answer.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that Chapter 418 and the way emergency responses were handled stayed like it is, and so this is just about Homeland Security issues.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
Would you yield, Mr. Hefner?
Yes.
He will. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hefner. I wanted to try to better understand this. So your bill establishes a Homeland Security agency?
No, it's just a division within the Department of Public Safety.
It's a division within DPS, okay?
Yes.
What is the rationale for the establishment of a new division for Homeland Security?
Well, it's just to streamline and some activities and missions that they're already working on: cybersecurity, border security initiatives, counterterrorism, protection of our critical infrastructure, transnational criminal activity, and just making sure that working relationship and information flow between federal, state, and locals is seamless and clear.
I certainly support those objectives. I guess my question is, since it's a division within DPS and what the activities you just described, I think they do a lot of that already, right? So do they need legislation to be able to do this more efficiently? I mean, don't they have the autonomy within their agency to organize themselves the way they see fit to be as efficient and as effective as possible in protecting Texas?
Well, I mean, these are actions that they already perform, but this is going to increase the resources, increase personnel, and then they're going to have a chief that's over this that'll give them more authority or more stature when dealing with the feds and the locals working on different Homeland Security issues.
So it would give them more stature? I mean, is there a stature problem right now that DPS can't get the attention of the feds?
No, I don't know that there is, but when you walk in and say that you're the chief of the Homeland Security division within DPS, people are going to listen. And this just gives them, a focused group, a focused division to work on these issues with special training on specific parts of this mission.
Okay. So you mentioned additional personnel. That was going to be one of my questions as well. I note the fiscal note for the next biennium is a little over $7.1 million. So what is that additional cost? What's the driver behind that cost?
Yeah, so currently there's about 6 FTEs that work on these issues, and this bill will increase that to 23 total, so an additional 17 FTEs plus training and equipment for those.
Okay,
for those
so
17 additional FTEs.
So the $7 million is attributed primarily to those 17 additional FTEs?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how many FTEs we've added to DPS over the last, 4 years or so?
I don't know over the last 4 years. I do know we're adding some this session, and they're greatly needed. Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I've supported a lot of those additions as well, but I think we've. And I don't know the number either. I was hoping you did, but
well, this session I believe it's 413, but
413 total in DPS.
Troopers, yeah, troopers.
Okay, thank you. We've consistently added to DPS over the last several years. So,
well, and I think that's because we keep adding work to them and responsibilities, and also we're a rapidly growing state, and
sure.
So I mean I know around my part of the woods, my neck of the woods. When they're not around, people's driving habits tend to deteriorate, and our roads become less safe. So, I believe it's a justifiable increase.
Okay. So, in looking at the summary of the bill, I'm looking at just the HRO report, but one of the functions or responsibilities, I guess, of this new division is planning for physical protection of critical infrastructure.
Yes.
Can you talk about what type of critical infrastructure we're concerned with?
Well, we've seen some hostile adversaries that are doing cyber attacks and things to our water treatment facilities. They're hacking into our cities. They have a program where they have liaisons that are trained in some of these areas on what to look for, and they share information and intelligence that they pick up, and then DPS is able to kind of put all that together and prevent some pretty bad things from happening.
Okay. In looking at their responsibilities, I have to wonder if there's going to be some overlap with the work that TDEM does currently, and I think TDEM does a great job in a lot of, emergency response and emergency preparedness issues for our state. Did y'all discuss that at all in writing
yes.
the bill?
Yeah.
To make sure there's not, people
well,
aren't tripping over each other?
I had meetings with the chief of TDEM and their staff in conjunction with DPS, Colonel Martin and his staff, and folks from the Speaker's office, Senator Parker's office, and we're comfortable and feel certain that it's not going to meddle in their responsibilities or their authorities to do what they do for emergency response.
Is it possible that you could have TDEM working on something and then this new division within DPS maybe not knowing what they're doing, also duplicating efforts? Is that possible? And are there guardrails to prevent that kind of duplication?
I don't think that'll happen. I don't think that's a concern because TDEM, they manage all the federal, state resources when there's a natural disaster, any kind of emergency, and where DPS works hand in hand with them on the law enforcement side and the security side. So I don't see that as being an issue.
Okay. Let me ask you about this infrastructure liaison officer program. So it has to do with training volunteers.
So the way I understand it,
what is
the way I understand it is if someone's working in a city or at a refinery or a water treatment facility, they're just trained on things to look for that might indicate some nefarious activities could be taking place. And so when they share bits and pieces of information they're trained to look for with DPS, then DPS or this new division will be able to collaborate that with federal tips, phone calls and tips and things that may be coming into the office, and work together with that information to prevent bad things from happening.
So in this context, when you're talking about volunteers, you're talking about to use the water infrastructure example you just gave. It'd be someone who works in one of those facilities presently, but they would receive some additional training to be able to help DPS identify potential threats?
Right.
Or are we just talking about...
And a real example of this happened when a gentleman was purchasing drones and equipment to equip drones to arm them with an explosive. And so there were tidbits of information that were gathered from one of these types of liaisons, individuals, and they were able to catch a person in Tennessee that was going to use drones to blow some stuff up.
Okay. So I guess my question, though, is we're talking about people who have some role in, whether it's critical infrastructure or some other, by virtue of their job, they're somehow connected to a potential threat. We're not talking about just general members of the public signing up to be volunteers on this, right?
That's my understanding. I don't know to that degree of detail, but that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And then I know there's a research component of the bill that the division would have to annually propose research priorities and coordinate with higher education institutions on those priorities. What does that intend to do, and what does that look like with respect to interfacing with our institutions of higher ed?
Well, our institutions of higher ed, they do a lot of research and development on some extremely sensitive issues, trade secrets, algorithms, formulas, designs, and those types of things. And so I would assume that it's to make sure that things are not being shared with people that might want to do us harm. Okay,
but my understanding is and again, I'm going off the HRO report, but these are typically pretty accurate. The division would have to annually propose research priorities. So that makes it, to me, sound like there would be research projects initiated by the Division of Homeland Security. Is that accurate, or?
Yeah,
or
I think that could be. Yes, that could be the case.
So what would be examples of things that would need to be researched.
Gentleman's time's expired.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 36. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes, 36 nays. SB 36 has finally passed. Chair recognizes Representative Leach for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for Senate Bill 38 all joint authors and co-authors for House Bill 32.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing none, the motion passes. Chair lays out on third reading SB 38. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 38 by Bettencourt relating to the eviction from real property of certain persons not entitled to enter, occupy, or remain in possession of the premises.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Button to explain her bill.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
would the gentlelady, you have a question?
Let her lay out her bill first.
Good morning. Yes,
Yes, the
gentlelady
much,
yields.
very much like to do so.
Thank you, Representative Bud. You know, as we deliberated yesterday and talked about the short time frame to give a family for transition, I'd like to hear what was the logic or the idea behind only 72 hours, or basically 3 days?
That has been the law for 24 years. So we're not changing anything like that.
No, I know maybe not changing the law, but what I'm asking is, what was the logic behind and not giving people at least a week to resolve their issue? Was there any discussion, simple question, was there any discussion around being able to help facilitate moving people 3 days versus 5 days or versus 7? Was there any conversation to that under that regard?
The decision made 24 years, sorry, I cannot answer. I wasn't in the House 24 years ago.
No, I'm talking about when this bill came up. Since you are a part of this bill.
We have not made that change to that number. You know, we just try to streamline the
So the answer is
process.
there was no discussion around giving folks a time to transition.
Well, that's a fair statement.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Representative Wu, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 38 under Rule 8, Section 1A, on the grounds that the caption does not give proper notice to the public.
Bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 38 updates eviction procedures. Thank for everyone's participation in yesterday's very constructive conversation. Special thanks to Speaker Moody, Chair Leach, Smithy, Kisbell, Gates, Canales, Hayes, Felling, Mary Gonzalez, Aldaz, Vassett, and even Bristol Kemp. Move passage.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to speak in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was framed as a bill to fix the situation of squatters taking over a property, but in reality, this bill significantly changes the eviction process for any tenant. It streamlines the process of eviction. I am against this bill because I believe it makes it too easy to evict a tenant when what we want to do is ensure we are doing everything possible to keep people in housing. We often talk about the crisis of homelessness. Members, this will exacerbate the problem of homelessness. You may know I am a residential realtor and have my own company, Goodwin & Goodwin Real Estate. Over the years, I have helped investors buy rental properties, then helped them rent the properties, and my company acted as property manager. As a property manager, my company has had the rare occasion of handling an eviction when a tenant didn't pay rent and didn't abide by the lease agreement. I understand the process is lengthy and cumbersome, but it also provides an opportunity for a tenant to remain in housing while they work to address the situation. Perhaps they haven't exhausted all their opportunities to get help. Perhaps a medical emergency, a loss of a job, a divorce, death, or some other situation has led to the tenant missing a rent payment or more. There are some safety nets, such as city or county programs, that can help someone in this situation, but they take time. Catholic Charities sometimes helps tenants in dire financial straits, and there are other organizations that may be able to come to the aid of a tenant facing eviction. My point is that while it is a hassle to evict someone from their home, maybe it should be, and maybe the law is working as intended. Members, let's don't expedite the process for removing someone from their home. Let's keep the system we have and continue to work towards solutions to the root causes of why people are not able to pay their rent in the first place.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to speak against the bill.
Sorry, gentlemen. That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, here we are on a Saturday. We have worked together for 131 days to work on critical issues that are impacting our state. We have come together to create balanced legislation when it comes to water, healthcare, electricity. And here we have an opportunity to create balanced legislation when it comes to our housing crisis. We're here to tackle these important issues because our state deserves that. And while I truly respect the work of Chairwoman Budden and all the members who have worked on this bill still falls short from being the balanced legislation that our state deserves. You see, balanced legislation thinks about all of the entities that are going to be impacted. And unfortunately, we are leaving one group out that is critically important, the renters. Renters are people who are of all income classes. They live in all parts of our state, from parts of College Station, Texas, to New Boston, Texas, to El Paso, Texas. Renters are a critical part of our tapestry of how we make sure people have homes. But yet, we have not truly addressed the concerns of the people who are renting their homes, their houses, or where they live. Balanced legislation asks the question, does this bill do any harm? And if it does, it works to remedy those harms. Unfortunately, we have not fixed all the harms this bill could potentially have. And lastly, balanced legislation thinks about the future. As Representative Goodwin said, we know we have a housing crisis. We know that we have to deal with people who are unhoused in this country and in the state. But unfortunately, this legislation, while was intended to have good intentions, still leaves out very important details that could create harm. Members, we talked about this yesterday. Imagine changing how you pay your bills and you're accidentally 3 days late. Does that mean you should be evicted from your home? A great fix that we were asking for was only for 7 days. 7 days. So, unfortunately, as much as I respect my colleague and all her good heart, I have to stand here and ask you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to close.
I close. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 38. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Gates, Ms. Button, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 85 ayes, 44 nays, Senate Bill 38 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 535 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 535 by Huffman relating to the admissibility of evidence regarding a victim's past sexual behavior and prosecutions of certain trafficking, sexual, or assaultive offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 535 until 3:00 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Let's see, which one are we going to now? Chair lays out Senate Bill 1352 as a matter of postponed business. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1352 by Adam Hinojosa relating to the deadline for filing an application for certain ad valorem tax exemptions or allocations and the calculation of the penalty for filing a late application for such an exemption or allocation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1352 until 3:00 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 827 as a matter of postponed business. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 827 by Parker relating to the audit of an election using electronic voting system.
The chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 827 until 3:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Dean for a motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SB 815, all joint authors and co-authors for HB 2922.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 815. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 815 by Schwartner relating to the use of certain automated systems in and certain adverse determinations made in connection with the health benefit claims process.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 815 ensures adverse determinations in healthcare. Those to deny care are made by licensed
Mr.
professionals.
Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for
Will the
what
gentleman
purpose?
yield?
I will.
You yield, Mr. Spiller?
I just want to be
You
a
will.
little bit clear on, you were saying certain people, certain things. Just give us an example.
Well, you could have more and more insurance companies are using AI to make determinations, and that's fine for other decisions and so forth. But when it comes to care of patients, if they use AI and rule adversely, and say, for example, they determine that you're not eligible for a procedure, and what this bill says is those adverse determinations shouldn't be happening by algorithms or by AI. They should be determined by licensed professionals if you're going to be denied a procedure. And that's all this bill does. It puts in safeguards.
Wow, thank you, Representative Spiller, because first of all, I never knew they used AI for determination. So they're literally plugging people's symptoms into a system to decide if that individual qualified for a specific service?
You'd be surprised what they can do, yeah.
Wow. So what this does, it says that system doesn't totally negate that the individual can basically appeal and have someone else look at it a little differently. Is that?
Right, it puts in safeguards, and also it says TDI will have the authority to audit and inspect those algorithms and those procedures that they utilize, but they can still use AI, but not to adversely make a determination or ruling against you.
And you know, I'm learning today. So what does TDI mean? Because I don't know.
Texas Department of Insurance.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
You bet. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 815. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Rose voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Being 116 ayes and 13 nays, Senate Bill 815 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1856. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1856 by Creighton relating to the capacity cost recovery rider for certain electric utilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1856 establishes an annual streamlined mechanism for capacity-related costs and revenues, moving them from the base rates while maintaining PUC's authority and review. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1856. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Please show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Louderback voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 129 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 1856 finally passes. The chair lays out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 552 by Huffman relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 9 a.m. Sunday, May 25th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out as Senate Bill 646 as a matter of postponed business. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 646 by West relating to the repayment of certain mental health professional education loans.
Chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 646 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 27.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 37. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 37 by Creighton relating to the governance of public institutions of higher education, including review of curriculum and certain degree and certificate programs, a faculty, council, or senate, training for members of the governing board, and the establishment, powers, and duties of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Office of the Budsman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to lay out the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 37 under Rule 8, Section 1A1, on the grounds that the caption of the bill fails to give reasonable notice.
Please bring your point to the front. point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 37 ensures degrees earned in Texas are of value and prepare students for success, both in life and in the workforce. This proposed legislation makes clear that Texas students, parents, and taxpayers should expect when educating our future workforce. SB 37 requires courses in Texas colleges be foundational and fundamental to a sound post-secondary education, be necessary to prepare students for civic and professional life, equip students for participation in the workforce and betterment of society, and ensure a breadth of knowledge while meeting educational standards. To ensure Texas universities are used to educate students to serve the interest of the Lone Star State and having a well-formed, productive citizens, SB 37 addresses the following problems. Currently, there's a lack of oversight and review of general education curriculum, leading to courses that may be outdated or misaligned with workforce needs. Some degrees and certification programs lack workforce relevance and have low enrollment. Faculty senates sometimes operate without clear definitions of their roles, potentially leading to conflicts or encroachment on administrative responsibilities. There are gaps in understanding of governance responsibilities. And finally, universities lack a centralized mechanism for handling compliance and complaints. These problems are addressed by SB 37. By having governing boards conduct reviews of curriculums at least once every 5 years and consider the cost and time to complete a degree, presidents shall review minor degrees and certification programs once every 5 years to identify programs with low enrollment that may require consolidation or
Mr.
elimination.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Shaheen?
I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you.
Not
The
at
gov-
this time.
The governing boards will approve or deny those decisions. Governing boards will approve or deny the hiring of the provost, deputy associate, and assistant provost, and may overturn hiring decisions for vice president or dean. Faculty senates are advisory only with no decision-making authority, although the governing board exercises ultimate authority over institutional oversight, financial stewardship, and policy. There is shared governance allowing for the appropriate consultation with faculty, administrators, and other stakeholders. And presidents will conduct annual evaluations of vice presidents, provosts, and deans. And lastly, members, the Higher Education Coordinating Board must create an Office of the Ombudsman that will act as an intermediary between institutions, the public, and the legislature and investigate complaints. So members, the focus of SB 37 is to ensure degrees earned in Texas are of value and prepare our students for success both in life and in the workforce. Thank you, members.
Ms. Howard, for what
yes.
purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Will you yield, Mr. Shaheen?
Yes, sir, I'd be happy
He will.
to.
Go ahead, Ms. Howard.
Well, first off, thank you, Mr. Shaheen. Would you, that last sentence you stated about the institutions, what did you say?
It's to ensure degrees earned in Texas are of value and prepare students for success both in life and in the workforce.
Is there some question that that's not happening right now?
I think if you look across the state of Texas, there's varying degrees, and so the objective of this legislation is to provide consistency with respect to our curriculum and the degrees that we're offering our students.
Would you not recognize that we are the 8th largest economy in the world with some of the most highly respected institutions in the world, and that they are truly the engines of our economic prosperity?
Oh, I absolutely would. They're one of the large reasons why we have so many companies moving to the state of Texas, because of the workforce that they produce. I would absolutely agree with that.
So there is some concern then about what the purpose of this bill is and how it might impact that. Would you agree that, I know you talked about shared governance, that it actually changes the governance structure to where it's more of a top-down structure where the faculty is now more advisory? Is that not the case?
Well,
in
the
bill?
faculty senates were always intended to be advisory in nature. What I would say is look at the Board of Regents as your governing board of either a public or a private entity.
So that's really the idea that's meant for boards of regents, so this legislation affirms that.
So boards of regents are going to be involved with a lot of hiring decisions apparently in this bill. Could you clarify how giving governing boards veto power over department hires like vice president and deans improves student outcomes?
Yeah, absolutely. So the governing board has mission statements, and they're the leadership with respect to the institution. So they'll have that oversight so that their mission of the university will in fact be implemented by the leadership of those institutions. And again, they're only doing at the top level of the leadership, so it's not like they're going down into the several hundred positions that might be open at an institution.
But it is something they don't currently do.
I'm sorry?
It is something that they do not currently
Today,
do.
they only have oversight over the selection of the president. This legislation takes that down to the provost, assistant provost, and they also can reverse the hiring decision of a vice president and a dean.
So those are decisions that are currently made by the president, who is responsible to the Board of Regents.
That's accurate.
But now the Board of Regents is going to go down into where the president, making decisions about hires that the president normally would have made.
But I would only view it as oversight. So again, the president will still go through that process, and I would view the Board of Regents as more of an oversight function for those.
And I know in the bill it indicates that it's, the faculty senate is going to be limited to 60 faculty, with half of them appointed by the board. Did you know that like UT Austin has almost double that number, so significantly reducing the size of the faculty and changing how the faculty are determined? The faculty senate is determined by only 30 members would be elected by faculty and the rest appointed by the board, where currently they have 113 members. Did you know that?
It is accurate that it's limiting the number to 60. That is accurate. The feeling is that's a sufficient number to reflect the desires of the faculty at large. So that is accurate.
Based on what?
If you look at across the state of Texas and the average size of the senates or faculty, the faculty senates.
Don't we have institutions that are of varying sizes, though, and
That's true.
So one size fits all here,
Well,
no
no,
matter
it's just
what the size?
maximum.
I'm
I
sorry?
think it's maximum of 60.
Just another couple of questions.
Sure.
I'm going to turn it over to some others, but looking at what's involved with curriculum decisions, is it correct that this bill requires governing boards to review and approve decisions as granular as the changes to general education curriculum or minor certificate program offerings? So I know that in the language in the bill it says require minor degree and certificate programs that have specific industry data to substantiate workforce demand to avoid consolidation or elimination. That would really severely impact a whole lot of offerings that our higher education institutions make, would it not?
Well, the portion of the bill that you're referring to is where the president is required at least once every 5 years to review those minor degrees and certificates and ensure that they're in alignment with the workforce needs. So it's once every 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a couple
Would
questions?
you yield, Mr. Shaheen?
Yes, sir, I'd be happy to.
Thank you. Representative Shaheen, you know, this bill is quite important, and it impacts our, not just today, but into the future. So I just want to get clarity. You know, I have a constituency base that are concerned, naturally, but I hope today we can resolve some of those concerns. So one of my questions is, are we collecting any data about the physical impact of this bill to the university and or to the greater community where those universities are located? Does this bill do any of that?
This bill is silent on that issue. However, I will tell you one of the large objectives of the bill is, as they're reviewing the curriculums, as they are reviewing the degrees, is come up with ways that these degrees can be achieved faster and at a less cost of effects. So that's the objective, but there is no mechanism here to measure it.
The overall impact?
No, but that doesn't say
Okay.
somebody can't do that, but the objective is to get degrees faster, they're more valuable, and they're less expensive.
And so, but my other question is,
The gentleman's time has expired.
will we extend the time, please, Mr. Chair?
There are no exceptions in the last 10 days. There are no extensions.
What's that? Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Amendments. The following amendment? No. Is Mr. Wu on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, out of respect for the members who have been negotiating on this bill, I will pull this down, but I just want to talk about it for just 2 seconds. This particular amendment deals with an issue that's very important to me, and that is academic freedom to speak. This is an issue that we have tackled again and again and again about whether employees of the state, employees of public institutions have the right to speak their minds and how much freedom they have to do that. The amendment itself is about faculty's ability to speak up against what is happening in their school, about the governance, about their policies, about their decisions. But this is talking about a larger issue of, I think there is an overall attempt to silence our academic leaders, to silence our teachers, and to silence people that people don't agree with.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for
Will
what
the gentleman
purpose?
yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Wu?
I will.
She will.
And I think your amendment hit on my question I was trying to get in terms of professors, because we want them to be clear that they're not in violation of certain things. And I think it's important that based on the rewrite, and I did hear from Representative Wilson that things, have gotten better. It's more open, and I love that. But will a teacher a professor, get into trouble through certain actions they may take? And when you read the rewrite, was there any protections for them? Because we want to make sure our professors are not in violation.
And that is the real fear of this bill, that there are so many provisions in here that could be used improperly, that because of the ambiguity of the way it's drafted, the way the definitions are worded, that you could find reasons to using this new legislation to go after members, to go after faculty members.
So
and especially faculty members who disagree with the school for whatever reason. They may not have anything to do with anything particular of dealing with their performance or with their job. but simply saying, I disagree with the school's policy on X. I disagree with the school's policy on campus protests or free speech or whatever it is. Or I disagree with the way that they're handling grants. I disagree with how much money they're keeping in endowment and everything else.
So
And-
Representative Wu, if they bring up any race questions or race theories, will they get in trouble?
No, absolutely, and that is the point of this, is that the fear is that teachers or the professors, that faculty who bring up issues, who are champions of issues that may be uncomfortable for other people, whether they champion rights for minority communities, whether they're championing LGBTQ rights, whether they're championing political issues, maybe they're a big gun control advocate, whatever it is. The fear is that they would use those opportunities, use those things, and use what's in this bill to find a way to silence them.
So
And then creating fear and a chilling effect throughout the rest of the faculty.
So Representative Wu, are you saying that, based on your interpretation of the bill as it still stands, as it stands today, that if there was a history lesson on African American, on Black history, on slavery, that professor may get in trouble?
It's potential, but I think what I am more concerned about is the ability and the right of employees and of faculty and of any state and public official to go home and make statements about what their own personal political beliefs are, what they believe in, what the causes they want to support. And again, the amendment here specifically talks about faculty who have disagreements with the school about the way the school is being run, because we will foresee that is probably one of the issues that would most likely annoy a school, annoy the administration, and saying, hey, we need to do something about this person. So the point of this amendment, even though it doesn't cover all that much, and doesn't cover free speech in its entirety, the point of it is saying that especially speech that is about the operation of the school, that is about the administration, that is about their policies, or about the way the faculty senate is being run, or anything like that.
So Representative Wu, you don't believe that the bill in its current status, updated, protects those professors that may talk about race, sexual identity, social, political, religious belief? You don't believe that the protections are there?
I do not, and I do not support this bill. I think the existing law that we have provides all the protections that are needed, both for the academic, for the professor, for the faculty staff, but also for the public. The institutions have a right to police what their employees do, but at the same time, we want to recognize that they have a right to speak.
And my final question is, because I'm concerned too that we don't have enough time to hear from the bill author about what it will do to these people, who would be the complainer? Could that be anyone? Could that be a disgruntled colleague? Could that be a student that could raise an issue?
I think the way the bill was originally, I believe, yes. I'm not 100% sure on what is being proposed right now. I think the things are being worked out. So again, the point is that I believe this bill has a very strong chilling effect on speech. It sends a loud and clear message to those in the academic world that they are not free to speak.
Thank you,
and I think that's a
Representative.
very bad thing in
Thank you for
this
answering
country.
my question.
And with that, I'll withdraw this amendment.
Well, I'll say it again. The amendment has been withdrawn. Does anyone want to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 37? Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 37. At its core, this bill drastically shifts how we govern our higher education institutions by layering additional top-down oversight on curriculum development, hiring, and faculty governance. And while I recognize the intent may be to increase transparency and ensure accountability, I urge you to take a closer look at what this bill actually does and the message it sends to our public universities and colleges. The bill mandates that every 5 years, university governing boards must conduct a sweeping review of general education curricula, essentially reopening decisions that are already made by experts on each campus. It allows boards to overturn faculty decisions and weigh in on course content, including vague language around what can and cannot be promoted in terms of race, sex, or religion. Our institutions already go through rigorous curriculum review processes. They're held to accreditation standards that demand broad-based knowledge and workforce readiness. Injecting politically appointed governing boards, often composed of individuals without subject matter expertise, into the process of approving or rejecting general education requirements risks politicizing what should be an academic conversation. And when we talk about workforce readiness, we can't ignore the review process for so-called low enrollment degrees and certificates. And while I agree that our institutions must be responsive to our workforce needs, this bill imposes a rigid process that could eliminate valuable academic programs, particularly in the humanities and social sciences. These programs cultivate critical thinking, civic engagement, and cultural literacy. In fact, many of, if not most all of us in this room, in this building, for example, actually have degrees in the humanities or social sciences, and I would suggest that we are here doing the people's business using critical thinking skills that we got as a result of those degrees. These are essential to a strong democracy and healthy economy. Further, this bill drastically redefines shared governance, not by affirming its importance, but by essentially gutting it. Faculty senates, which have long served as voices for academic standards and student success, are reduced to advisory-only bodies. And we are eliminating existing faculty councils across Texas institutions unless they are explicitly reapproved by governing boards. That is not governance, that is control. Faculty are not political operatives. They are researchers, teachers, innovators, many who left the private sector to serve the next generation. We are sending them a message that they are no longer trusted to do their jobs. And I worry what message that sends to future faculty candidates deciding whether or not to come to Texas. I also want to express concerns about the creation of a new Office of the Ombudsman at the Coordinating Board, an office that can investigate complaints, recommend budget freezes, and issue civil investigative demands. We already have accountability structures in place, including accreditation, legislative oversight, and institutional audits. Do we really need another layer of enforcement with such broad and undefined authority? How doge is that? Mr. Speaker and members, I want to be very clear. I believe in accountability. I believe in efficiency. I believe in preparing students for the workforce. But I also believe in local governance, in institutional autonomy, and in trusting our experts to do the job that they've been hired to do. The bill is not about improving education. It is about increasing control. It threatens academic freedom, it undermines faculty voices, and it injects politics into the classroom at a time when we should be laser-focused on expanding access, improving student outcomes, and restoring trust in our education systems. So I ask you, please consider whether this bill strengthens our higher education system or whether it erodes the very foundations of what it makes us as one of the best in the country. If this passes, are we biting the hand that feeds us? I respectfully urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 37.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perez to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to SB 37 because of its potential to do lasting damage to our colleges, our economy, and our Texas values. For those who value academic excellence and freedom of thought, I urge you to vote against SB 37. First, let's start with principles. Academic freedom is not an abstract luxury. It is the lifeblood of a great university and a free society. The U.S. Supreme Court recognized that, quote, teachers and students must always remain free to inquire, to study, and to evaluate. Otherwise, our civilization will stagnate and die. SB 37 flies in the face of that ideal. It empowers bureaucrats and political appointees in Austin to intimidate educators and second-guess curricula. We've heard warnings in committee that this bill will lead to professors to self-censor and students will learn less about the world. Do we really want a future where Texas students only get a state-sanctioned, sanitized version of history or science, where controversial topics are avoided for fear of some tip-line complaint? That is not education. What problem are we solving here? Some of SB 37's backers are concerned about indoctrination at our universities and ensuring that degrees have value. We all support quality education and workforce readiness, but our universities are already delivering that. Texas higher ed is a success story. 22 of Texas's universities rank among the world's best. Our public campuses drive innovation, including entrepreneurs, teachers, engineers, and scholars who fuel our economy. If anything, other states envy Texas. Yet instead of celebrating that, this bill would micromanage and politicize a system that isn't broken. The people who actually work in our colleges overwhelmingly say, please do not do this. They know it will invite a tsunami of meritless complaints and meddling that will drive away talent. Top professors who might come to Texas or stay here will instead choose states that value academic freedom. And members, let me remind you, our own Texas, University of Texas Chancellor, Chancellor Milliken, left our state and the University of Texas system for California. Whatever that reason is, we need to ask ourselves, why is our top talent here from the state of Texas leaving our state for states like California? We risk a brain drain just when we've worked to build a world-class research university system. The fiscal cost of that brain drain in lost grants, lost business, and lost intellectual capital will dwarf any benefit of this bill. Proponents also argue about accountability, but we already have robust oversight in higher ed. We must ask ourselves, do we trust Texas's own university leaders, or do we think a new state committee in Austin knows better than what it is at Sul Ross or at Prairie View University? Then there's the glaring financial costs. SB 37 creates an ombudsman's office to investigate campuses, 5 new state employees, nearly $800,000 a year in taxpayer cost. In addition, it creates unfunded mandates to our universities who have to respond to new complaints from this new government office in the ombudsman. This is less money that makes its way to students. Who ultimately is going to pay for those additional complaints? Our universities. Remember, every dollar we force universities to spend defending against frivolous complaints or reorganizing curricula is a dollar that is not going to scholarships, labs, or campus safety. And if a university actually lost funding under this bill's penalties, who are we punishing? Students and local economies. And let me be clear on course content. Racism or sexism has no place in teaching. On that, we all agree. But our universities are not teaching hate. When our universities are doing their job well, they should be confronting the hard truths in our history and our society. We should be encouraging more of that instead of taking steps towards government policing on the exchange of ideas. In closing, I urge you to look beyond the political pressure of this moment. We as lawmakers are the governing board for the people of Texas. But we shouldn't be the governing board for every university classroom. SB 37 would set a dangerous precedent, eroding the tradition of shared governance in higher education. Once we do that, what message do we send to the nation and to the world? That Texas no longer trusts its educators? That we prefer state control, reminiscent, frankly, of countries that we consider far less free? We'd be imitating the very tendencies we warn our students about: heavy-handed government that stifles the free exchange of ideas. We all believe in a strong Texas, a Texas that leads. Our universities are a big reason why companies move here and why families stay here. Let's not cripple them out of fear that a course in women's studies or ethnic studies turns someone into a raging liberal. Let's have the confidence in our students to reject SB 37. Texas doesn't need a capital thought police to get a good education.
Ms.
We
Flores,
need freedom.
for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for a question?
Mr. Perez, will you?
Yes.
I'm almost done.
Not at
Okay.
this-
I'll
We
let
need
you finish.
freedom and openness, which have made our higher ed system great. And with that, members, I urge you to vote against SB 37 and preserve the academic freedom that has made Texas great.
Ms.
With that-
Perez, for what purpose? I mean, excuse
Yes,
me,
does
Ms.
the
Flores,
gentleman-
for what purpose?
Ms. Flores, yes.
Mi-
Does the
Ms.
gentleman
Flores,
yield for
what
question?
purpose?
Yes, I yield for questions.
Ms.
Thank you.
Perez will yield.
Thank you for your comments. And don't you agree that universities are supposed to be centers of excellence and exchange, a place where students can have curiosity and learn about different issues and topics?
Our universities need to be hubs of freedom of thought and freedom of expression. No doubt that's ultimately what make universities great. The concerning aspect of this bill is that it creates curriculum review committees. To me, this is just the most anti-Texas thing that you can put in a bill. It creates curriculum review committees where you put bureaucrats who are going to oversee and potentially overturn certain aspects and certain courses. So the question we need to ask ourselves, okay, well, how many courses in women's studies is too much? How many courses in ethnic studies are too much? How many are foundational? How many, contribute to the workforce? We're leaving those types of questions up to bureaucrats and not educators. And to me, that's a very dangerous precedent.
And wouldn't you say that we are limiting the students' choices of taking, like my sister, for example, who got her degree in philosophy because she wanted to learn about what the great minds thought and the philosophers thought, and where are new philosophers going to come from if not through our universities? Isn't that true?
No, absolutely. Again, originally this bill was much more expansive in scope. The current version of the bill, it gives a provision that it's going to focus on general core curriculum, but then there's another line right after that that says, but then pretty much any other course that leads to a degree requirement. So really, any sort of elective, any sort of degree major is going to be affected by this bill. This bill does not just affect the general core curriculum, but opens up every potential course. Every course leading to a degree, every course leading to an elective is going to be potentially reviewed up to an appointed committee.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a
Will you
question?
yield, Mr.
I
Perez?
yield for questions.
Member, I'm sorry, Representative, could you finish this statement for me? From the river to the sea. Can you finish that for me?
I don't.
From the river to the sea. Can you finish that statement
no.
for me? You can't? You don't think there's any hatred being spewed on our college
Again,
campuses?
that is not being taught. Is that a course that's being taught?
It's being taught to our children. Yes, absolutely.
Are you
Thank you.
conflating student expression and courses that are being taught? I mean, I just want the record to show the gentleman came and asked a question and then walked away from the podium. But he's conflating the freedom of expression made by students on a campus versus actual course content. And that is the real danger with this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill you can be proud to vote for. This does absolutely nothing to dampen free expression by faculty or teachers. What it does do, this is a bill about governance, and the end result is going to be the degrees that your children and grandchildren graduate with are going to be more valuable. They're going to be able to get those degrees faster, and they're going to be less expensive, and those degrees are going to be more in alignment with the future needs of employers in the state of Texas. And with that, I move passage.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will you yield, Mr. Sheen?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Gladly.
As I understand this bill, this puts the Board of Regents more into the operation, the day-to-day operation of the university. Is that fair to say?
I would characterize it more as it's stronger oversight.
Okay, but
because the day-to-day operations are still left to the leadership, to the president, the vice presidents, the deans.
yeah, but the oversight of that, they already have the oversight of that, correct?
Yes, but there's oversight that they haven't been doing in the past that this legislation is having them do, like the curriculum reviews, like the president reviewing the degrees and the like.
Well, that seems to me to be putting the Board of Regents more into the operation of the university, though.
No, the day-to-day operations are still very much by the president and the other leadership. They're acting more like a board of directors that a corporation would.
But is that not what they were doing already?
No.
Or
if you look-
supposed to be doing, at least?
They were supposed to, but for example, the reviews of the curriculums, looking at degrees every 5 years to see if they're aligned well with the needs of the workforce. Some universities were doing that, and quite frankly, some weren't. And so this puts structure around that so that those types of items are executed.
So when you say put structure around it, you mean that the university president, for example, and staff can make a decision that the Board of Regents could override.
There's some cases where that's true, that's right.
And so, and I just wonder if you had any comment about, I had a bill that your chairman didn't let get heard, which would have allowed the TSU Thurgood Marshall School of Law to report directly to the Board of Regents. I don't know if you were aware of that or not.
No, sir.
Okay, but because it seems to me that what this does is, in the same spirit in which I offered that bill, but it simply didn't get a hearing, and I was curious as to why.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not advised.
Okay.
I'm not aware of that. I'm sorry.
And so, and finally, you're not. Is there another state that employs the same process as what this bill does in terms of its universities and Board of Regents?
I haven't really looked at other states. The intent here is to do these reviews so that these degrees are more in alignment with the workforce. You can get there faster and they're less expensive. Whether other states are doing that or not, I'm not aware.
So there's no other state that's actually doing this the way Texas would be doing it under this bill?
I haven't done an evaluation of what other states do, so
Okay.
I don't have the answer to your question.
Right. Well, yeah, but the reason for this bill, if I can understand it, is that you believe all those things are not being. Mr. Speaker, could we have order? Something's going on out here that I can't.
Members, please take your conversations out of the outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know some of these people are already being held hostage to voting for this bill, but I think this is important to most of the people here, that we don't find another state that engages the process the way this bill anticipates. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say it one more time. Are you asking me if there are other states that are implementing this?
The way this bill presupposes that the university would conduct itself is not being done by any other states.
I don't have the answer to your question.
Okay, and if that's true, though, that would cause Texas not to be able to attract the kind of university professors we would like to have in this state.
No, I would totally disagree with that.
You don't believe that will happen?
I believe if this is implemented, you have a curriculum that's way more in alignment with the needs of the state of Texas now, and that we develop a workforce that aligns with the workforce needs 20, 30, 40 years from now. Quite frankly, I think professors from across the nation would want to be a part of that. So I don't agree with your conclusion.
But that presupposes, though, that the Board of Regents know better than the people in the university.
They have an oversight role to play, but
Yeah,
again,
but most of
they're
them
leaving the day-to-day management to the president, the vice president, the dean, the provost. They're just playing a very appropriate oversight
Yeah,
role.
but most of the people on the Board of Regents have other jobs. They don't limit themselves.
So do most corporate boards.
Right. And so, Mr. Speaker, can we go outside or something, or?
Members, can we have some silence so Mr. Dutton can hear Mr. Shaheen?
In fact, shut up!
Well, Mr. Dutton, I don't think
thank
we
you.
need to go that far, but members,
Well,
would you
we-
please
we need to
move
go
your
as-
conversations outside the rail? Thank you, Mr. Dutton.
Thank you.
I'll go outside
I mean,
and
'cause
have
I
a
couldn't
cigar
hear.
with you and talk about
I
all this
couldn't
if you
hear Mr. Shaheen, and I'm sure that.
You may not have heard I was going to offer to go outside with you right now, have a cigar, and walk around the Capitol grounds and talk about this bill.
You got a date.
Okay, baby.
All right. But what I want to be sure of is, though, that we are not harming the universities in the state of Texas.
The universities in the state of Texas, after this is implemented, are going to be stronger. The
Do you think
degrees
they'll be
that
better off?
100%. The degrees that are going to be offered are going to be more valuable. Our students are going to have greater opportunity for their careers in the state of Texas, and it's going to attract more professors, more jobs, and more individuals. There's already 1,000 people moving to the state of Texas every day. The changes in our careers, the changes in our job titles, the changes in technology are happening rapidly. Corporations are struggling to keep up with that. So
And you think that
what this
this-
bill does 100% aligns the curriculum, aligns our degrees, and aligns our certificates with what the employers in this state and the future employers of this state need. 100%, absolutely.
And you feel comfortable this bill will do that?
Yes, and the reason why I do is because we've received input from multiple universities across the state of Texas, and they were very much a part of crafting this legislation. So this legislation was not done in a silo. We received input from several universities across the state of Texas.
And would you say the universities like this bill?
They're neutral on the bill, but I will tell you that they provided a significant amount of input, and their input was received. But officially, they're neutral on the bill.
But I'm sure that's what we kind of require in the legislature, for them to take a neutral
They're
position.
neutral, yeah.
But I guess my question is more intensive than that, and it's whether they would like to see this bill passed.
I will tell you that me and Chairman Wilson have spent countless hours with multiple universities from across our state. We've received their input that they've provided.
And almost.
I don't think they'll be disappointed in the passage of this bill at all.
And if somehow or another you're wrong, will you come back to this legislature and see if we can't undo this? Because what I'm afraid of is that Texas universities are able to compete in most cases with universities all over this country. And that's their past history. And so now we're making such a change, it concerns me that they could no longer occupy that position.
Our
if this passes.
universities are going to be significantly stronger with this implemented, because they're going to produce the workforce decades from now. They're going to be more in alignment with the needs of our employers than if we were not to do this. So I can promise you right now, the universities in the state of Texas are going to be much stronger. The degrees that they offer are going to be more valuable, and the students that graduate with these degrees are going to have greater careers than if this bill
The
didn't
gentleman's
pass.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of, excuse me, Senate Bill, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 37. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Garcia voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 83 ayes, 53 nays, Senate Bill 37 passes to third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Alcott, for what purpose?
Yes, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 2880, a bill that will potentially save tens of thousands of children from abortion.
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry,
was voted
Mr.
out of State
Alcott.
Affairs yesterday, but is yet to get to calendars.
Mr. Alcott, that is not a proper inquiry.
Okay, parliamentary inquiry.
That bill is not before the House at this time.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is there a motion that a member can make to excuse Chairman King to actually expedite that process so we can get it to the calendars? Because Chairman Hunter's done a great job of getting bills through calendars. It's just a matter of getting it to
Mr. Alcott,
calendars.
that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 535 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. On third reading, the clerk will read the bill.
SBs 535 by Huffman relating the admissibility of evidence regarding a victim's past sexual behavior and prosecutions of certain trafficking, sexual, or assaultive offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 535 extends Texas's Rape Shield law to better protect victims of human trafficking and child-specific sex crimes. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill, final passage, excuse me. The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 535. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Visuit voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 535 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1352 as a matter of postponed business. On third reading, the clerk will read the bill.
SB 1352 by Adam Hinojosa relating to a deadline for filing an application for certain ad valorem tax exemptions or allocations in the calculation of the penalty for filing a late application for such an exemption or allocation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1352 helps property owners avoid confusion and penalties when applying for certain property tax exemptions. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1352. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 137 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1352 finally passes. Is Mr. Dayala on the floor of the House? The chair lays out Senate Bill 827 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 827 by Parker relating to the audit of an election using electronic voting system.
The chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the audit partial count bill from yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 827. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 137 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 827 finally passes. Members, we're going back on the calendar. Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate on Senate Bill 37 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Who do we write the check out to for the sauna they're running here? It's a little warm.
That's not a proper parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Canales. But if you don't move around so much, you won't get as hot. Members, the next three bills are SJRs. Strict enforcement has been requested. You must vote from your desk. So we're about to start on the SJRs. Chair lays out on second reading SJR 84. The clerk will read the bill.
SJR 84 by Betancourt proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to provide for a temporary exemption from ad valorem taxation of the appraised value of an improvement of a resident's homestead that is completely destroyed by a fire.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SJR 84 is a constitutional amendment for Senate Bill 467 that would authorize the legislature to provide for a temporary tax exemption for ad valorem taxation for the appraised value of an improvement to a resident's homestead that is completely destroyed by fire. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on second reading of SJR 80 on adoption, The question occurs on adoption of SJR 84. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Strict enforcement, members. Strict enforcement, please vote from your desk. It's strict enforcement, please vote from your desk. We'll give you plenty of time. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes, 0 nays, the SJR is adopted. The following bill, the clerk will read the bill.
SJR 87 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail to persons accused of certain offenses punishable as a felony who have previously been convicted of or who were released on bail for certain offenses punishable as a felony at the time of the new offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 87 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 26th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out SJR 27. The clerk will read the bill.
SJR 27 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment regarding the membership of the State Commission of the Judicial Conduct, the membership of the Tribunal to review the Commission's recommendations, and the authority of the Commission, the Tribunal, and the Texas Supreme Court to more efficiently sanction judges and justices for judicial misconduct.
Sure she
Chair
was.
recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 27 until 8 a.m. Sunday, May 25th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair brings up Senate Bill 8 on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 8 by Schwartner, relating to the agreements between sheriffs and the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement to enforce federal immigration law.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Did I hear the chair correctly that the announcement on strict enforcement was just for the two previous SJRs?
There were 3 and 2 of those were postponed, Mr. Martinez
Okay,
Fisher.
thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill relating to agreements between sheriffs and the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement to enforce federal immigration law. I have filed a floor amendment, and at this time I'd like to lay out that floor amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Spiller.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I lay out this floor amendment to Senate Bill 8, which addresses immigration enforcement cooperation between Texas sheriffs and federal authorities. This substitute builds on the committee's work but improves clarity, consistency, and enforceability. Instead of just piecemeal changes through a series of amendments, we thought it best to present a clean and comprehensive framework that reflects feedback from local law enforcement, legal counsel, other stakeholders, and state budget officers. Let me explain what this floor substitute does. First of all, it applies statewide. Under the committee version, only sheriffs and counties with 100,000 or more population would have been required to pursue federal immigration enforcement agreements. This substitute extends that requirement to all counties in the state of Texas who operate or contract for the operation of a jail. So, and the reason for that is because immigration concerns don't just stop at county lines, and neither should our enforcement efforts. Secondly, standardization of the type of agreement. The substitute directly directs sheriffs to pursue a warrant service model agreement with ICE. Now, let me back up and explain. Under the Section 287G program under the Immigration and Nationality Act, there are 3 different models within which counties and sheriffs can contract with ICE. One of those is the task force model. That's the most comprehensive. The next one is the jail enforcement model. And lastly is the warrant service model. What we've decided to focus on here is that counties and currently can contract with ICE on any one or more of those 3. But what we've tried to focus on here is saying, look, let's just at least require them, counties, to participate under the warrant service model form. And so that's what this bill does. There were some concerns about the way it was drafted, and so so those are done just at the jail level, and specifically what that does, and that's where those risks are most severe. But it provides for warrants of arrest for immigration violations and warrants of removal. So unlike the other task force model where people go out and they're detaining people.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Spiller, would you yield for questions?
Let me finish my layout here, and I'll try to be quick about it. I apologize. But instead of doing that, this is just done in the jail for people that are arrested or that are already there on other charges. And so if a sheriff enters into a broader or more comprehensive agreement, they get credit for that. That satisfies the requirement. Number 3, this provides meaningful state support. So it provides a tiered grant program based on population. So the rural counties, smaller rural counties aren't excluded. There's funding there for them. And under the other bill or the other version, counties over 1 million people did not receive any compensation. This provides for compensation to all participating counties. And the funding ranges are from $5,000 to $40,000. It also, and probably very importantly, provides for an annual reimbursement program. So in the event there are any costs associated with holding ICE detainees, local taxpayers don't get stuck with footing the bill for that. And so there's a reimbursement program built into this. It improves oversight and enforcement. The comptroller has biannual reports to state leadership so we have transparency on who's cooperating and how state funds are being used. And also the Attorney General's office is authorized to enforce compliance and recover legal costs if a sheriff refuses to follow the law. Why is this good policy? Members, this isn't about politics. This is about public safety concerns and law enforcement consistency across Texas. Every sheriff should be equipped and supported to cooperate with federal immigration authorities. What we're saying by this legislation is that if you operate a jail in Texas, you should have a standing agreement in place to work with our federal partners and to serve and execute these warrants if they in fact exist. This policy protects our communities, ensures that dangerous individuals aren't prematurely released, and supports the rule of law.
Mr. Speaker.
Let me also say that I appreciate, we've worked very hard to bring this version to you, and I appreciate, we've had some Representative Romero is waiting patiently for me to finish, so I'm going to say this while I can. I appreciate working with him, Representative Canales, and others. We've had some very frank discussions. We could say that he's beat me up a little bit on this. That's a fair statement, but he's been very persistent, and we've tried to incorporate his concerns, Representative Canales' concerns, into this draft. And I've worked also, I'd be remiss if I also didn't point out Representative Louderback, a former sheriff who has executed and operated under these existing agreements and knows them like the back of his hand. I've worked very closely with him. I appreciate his efforts. I don't know where I'd be on this bill without his work. And I think also he will speak to this and answer any questions as well. But I do want to say thank you to those folks for us to have the best bill that we can for you and what I think is the best bill and the best policy for the state of Texas. And with that, I would yield to questions.
He'll yield, Mr. Romero.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Did the 10 minutes include the entire layout for Mr. Spiller, or do we start again with my questions?
His 10 minutes started about 5.5 minutes ago.
Okay. Mr. Spiller, speak faster next time, please, sir.
All right.
Mr. Spiller, while I do appreciate all the time that we've had in working in trying to negotiate something that was not as egregious as we've seen in other parts of the country. We've all heard about 287G in its initial start and what happened in Arizona with roadblocks on the streets and enforcing. That is not your intention with 287G to create that kind of terror in our communities, is it, sir?
Well, I don't know if it's the intention of 287G. I don't believe it is, but it's certainly not the intention of this bill. This bill in this force substitute is focused only on in-jail detainees, people that are already have been arrested on another state charge.
So you're describing the warrant service model.
Yes, exactly.
But initially, if we want to start with its inception in 287G, when it was approved by Congress, it was always a voluntary program, and it was never a requirement that the taxpayers of Texas have to pay for that cost. Is that correct?
I would agree with that. There's a lot of things the taxpayers of Texas have paid for that we shouldn't have had to, but hopefully some of those issues are being addressed. But yes, I would agree with that.
You wouldn't call this circumvention of the original intent of Congress that this be paid for on a local level by taking it over and making it mandatory by the state of Texas to mandate and make it compulsory to all counties throughout the state of Texas?
I don't believe so. And in fact, we have been, Representative Louderback and myself have been in touch, both have been in touch with federal partners in the executive branch to address these concerns. And I would represent to you that I think this is what they, not only are we not circumventing that, I think this is what they want and desire.
But we've never had to use state taxpayer dollars up until this point. This would be the first time where we've used taxpayer dollars from the state of Texas to pay for any sort of voluntary 287G participation. Is that correct?
I can't say whether that's correct or not. I don't dispute it. It sounds correct.
Well, I do thank you that in your bill you allow for some return of dollars to those counties. I spoke with a sheriff today that told me he has 532 people with ICE holds. He's on the border, and he's got nowhere to send them. Are you not concerned that we also have a problem at TDCJ, that they're not picking these folks up? and that this cost to the local taxpayers currently may not be fully funded by the legislature?
Well, I am concerned about the cost to taxpayers throughout the entire incarceration and delay process. But when you mention TDCJ, and this bill is primarily focused on not so much TDCJ as it is ICE. And under this deal, once they're notified and these people are identified, ICE has 48 hours to come pick them up. Now,
What I would state to you, Representative Spiller, and I'll move on. I just think that was shocking when I spoke to one of the sheriffs today. They said he's got 532 people in his county jail, and ICE isn't picking them up. So while I'm thankful that you're supporting the local taxing entities, and I think of some of the counties around our state, they don't have resources. At $80 a person, that's $40,000 a day that those local taxpayers are paying. So I hope that the intent is with this bill that you actually are going to reimburse. But I want to move on to a couple of other questions.
Let me briefly say also that this bill is intended to help defray actually some of that cost, because under the 48 hours that you mentioned, if they don't pick them up under existing law, they're authorized to be, if they're otherwise eligible for bond, they're authorized to be released for bond. But the idea is, if we actually identify these people that are in the jail that need to be.
The gentleman's time has expired. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment, the following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, while I had many other questions that I would have liked to have asked, I'm going to stay on the amendment. This amendment simply asks the comptroller to make publicly available on the comptroller's website any source of gifts or grants or donations that were given to the comptroller specifically for implementation of this grant program, and it is acceptable to the author.
The Romero amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. But this is a record vote that Mr. Lowe has requested on all amendments, so this is a vote on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 131 ayes, 1 nay, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This simply requires a posting of a copy of the agreement entered into either the sheriff or county commissioner's website. We just want to make sure that the public has access to the actual agreements entered into between the sheriffs and the federal immigration authorities by requiring that a copy be posted online. It's a matter of transparency. I expect the public to have confidence in how immigration laws are being enforced at a local level, and posting these agreements is essential. I move adoption. It is acceptable to the author.
The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Lauterbach voting aye. Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 116 ayes, 20 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Following amendment to the amendment. The clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I just want to kind of lay out what's happening on the ground. I would say probably in all border communities, but specifically the experience that we've had in El Paso. Right now, our county has agreements with the feds to do this work. So this is being done in a collaborative fashion right now through agreement. And so what this amendment would do is say that those counties that have that agreement, and if they're on the international boundary, if they have those agreements in place, then they would be deemed to be in satisfaction of the requirements of the bill as a whole. And that's simply what it does. It says if we're already doing this and those agreements are in place, then that is one other way to check the box to say that you're in compliance with the requirements of the bill. And I move adoption.
Mr. Spiller to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respect and appreciate Speaker Moody and what he's trying to do here for his counties, but to me this undermines what we're attempting to do with this bill as far as uniformity and cooperation among all counties, and so I would respectfully move to table this amendment.
Mr. Merrill, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Spiller, would you yield?
Let me withdraw my motion table so that I can answer his questions.
The motion to table is withdrawn.
Go ahead.
Mr. Spiller, you mentioned that you talked to sheriffs around the state, and in this process, and you have a great one standing next to you, there are many sheriffs that we've all spoken to, some of which would even say, you know, I've got multiple ICE officers in my jail. Not only do I have ICE, but I've got CBP, I've got Homeland Security, and I think that that's what Chairman Moody, Speaker Moody is saying, that look, you're asking me to do a warrant service model. I'm kind of doing that and more. Is there a reason why you wouldn't accept this amendment where you have an officer that, because he's on the border, and we're talking about the counties that might see more of these kinds of situations where you have, you know, a large number of ICE holds. Do you not believe that this amendment and taking this amendment would be one that would satisfy and support those agencies along the border even more?
Well, there's no, because of your previous amendment, there would be requirement to publish these agreements. There is no requirement under these MOUs, if they have them in existence, to publish those. I think we need uniformity. I think we need compliance. I think we need a commitment to work with our federal partners, and that needs to be out of each of these counties that operates or oversees the operation of a jail. And I think it's very important that there be that transparency and that we know what they're doing. And I think to the argument, if they're doing it already, then let's sign up to this and let's do what everyone is doing. If they're in fact doing already, it's going to be not only under this program, they should welcome this if that's the case, because number one, for example, if it's El Paso County, they're going to get $20,000 for compliance with this, plus they're subject to their reimbursement costs on any days that they have to keep people in there. So I don't, like I say,
I understand that, but you're not
tabling
the amendment because you don't believe that these counties are doing their job in checking.
I didn't say that. I didn't say they're not doing their job. I'm sure they're doing a very good job. I just think there needs to be uniformity and compliance with everyone working together, rather than have a patchwork of these people required to do one thing and these others are required to do something else.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. At this time, I'd move to table.
Mr. Moody to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And appreciate Mr. Romero's questions on this. So if these MOUs are in place, right, that's a proactive thing that's happening in our counties now, and those MOUs would be required to be published and be in compliance with the substantive terms of the bill. And so I guess it's two ways of getting to the same result. And the broader point I want to make, because I think and Mr. Spiller was very clear, he knows that there's a lot of collaboration going on already in these jurisdictions. And so part of this conversation is to let you know, for those of us who do live along the border, we have an enormous amount of federal presence, and our local sheriff, at least in El Paso, and I think along the border, is working collaboratively with those entities to get to the same goal that's housed in this bill. And so the amendment is very simple in that if those MOUs are in place and if they're in compliance with the terms of the bill as it is, then that would satisfy the requirements. And if they ever fall out of compliance or they don't have an MOU, then the bill would necessarily mandate them to then participate in the uniform system that's contained within the bill. So I guess I would say this is two ways to give opportunities to make sure that we're doing the right thing. I know in our community, we take these relationships with the federal government very seriously and collaboratively work with them. And so I would ask you to vote no on the motion to table. Thank you so much.
Okay. There was no. Excuse me. The motion to table was made by Mr. Spiller. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the motion to table, or if you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to it, vote yes on the motion to table. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 49 nays, the motion to table prevails. Mr. Spiller to close on his amendment as amended.
I'd move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Spiller? He will.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Spiller. If you don't mind, I'd like to conclude with some of the questions that I had before, just to create a little bit more clarity about the amendment as amended. So one of the things that's of concern is that in your floor sub, multiple times the word contractors is listed. So you list personnel that could be granted immigration enforcement authority, but in the original version it only included officers and employees of the sheriff's department. So why in the sub did we grant immigration enforcement authority to contractors?
Well, to the extent that we have some jails that are not operated by the people the sheriff's department, they may contract that out, then those people would be authorized to be part of this.
So your understanding is this is not any outside contractor, this is only the contracting of counties with private prisons per se, because they may not have a prison themselves?
I don't know. I think the term is expanded where it's broad enough to cover whoever that might be that would be in a position to serve these warrants, whether it be warrants of arrest for immigration offenses or warrants of removal. So whichever it may be, I think that term is broad enough to allow that. But again, they're only served in a jail facility under the warrant service model, and so.
So you got to my next question. You don't foresee these contractors acting as immigration agents outside of anywhere other than a jail? Is that correct?
Correct. This bill only requires it. Now, if they choose, you have the part of the bill where if they choose to participate at a more comprehensive level, and that would probably be under the task force model. But to do that, that operates outside the scope of the jail. That's a different thing. But except to that extent, the warrant service model is only in the jail, only executing things on people that are otherwise already in jail on other criminal charges in violation, potentially, or at least allegedly, of the state of Texas.
Thank you for that. I want to switch gears here a little bit and ask you something. There's many people here that I've spoken with that have called our offices that are probably in the gallery that feel that while some would say that this bill makes communities safer, others will argue that it makes it less safe. And one of the reasons for that is when you begin to divert the attention of sheriff's offices from their, in a lot of cases, they're seen by community as being welcoming, supporting their law enforcement officers. But 287G around the land is known as, oppressive in some sense because of the history of this program. Do you believe in any way that you're creating, and it could be creating, a chilling effect now of communities and embracing their law enforcement or the relationship with the law enforcement and feeling that they maybe would not report crimes now because they know that if somebody, interacts with law enforcement now, they could be sent away?
Well, I don't think so. I don't believe so. If a crime occurs, this is no discouragement to anyone to report a crime. Are you saying because if they think that this person that has committed allegedly a crime also has a removal warrant or a ICE warrant or a detainer against them, because of that they're not going to report the crime? Is that
No,
what you're asking?
I'm telling you, in a community that may have an undocumented community and a crime occurs, now they're less likely to want to interact with police because they don't want to make the call. If something happens within a family, an act of domestic violence, someone doesn't want to make the call. Look,
I'm not saying that couldn't happen if someone had that thought, whether it was a mistaken thought or otherwise. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I would say, though, that what the focus of this bill is to make our communities safer, because what is more likely under certain counties that aren't following this is that they don't check. They don't know because they don't want to know, and they don't check, and because of that, they're releasing people that have removal warrants and other warrants out on them in the federal ICE system, and they're bonding them out and letting them go back into the street where they recommit crimes. That's what this is trying to address.
Respectfully, is it not a crime today for a sheriff or a jailer to not turn over to ICE someone that has an immigration hold?
Is it a crime for them to not do that?
Yes.
Not that I'm
It
aware
is.
of. Yeah.
It's a Class B misdemeanor.
Okay. Yeah. It may be a misdemeanor offense. Yes.
I think that that's something that we have to move past and not continue to say that people are being let out. The facts are the facts. Today, it's a crime for any sheriff. I'm sure Sheriff Lauterbach would not be letting anybody go because he knows now he has broken a crime, and his jailers.
If he knew. But that's what I'm saying. That's what this bill attempts to address, is a problem that it may be a crime if they intentionally or knowingly do that. But for them to say, we suspect that might happen, but we're not going to even check because we don't want to know. That's what this bill tries to address and tries to fix that problem, because we can't have them just consciously disregarding the data and the information that is readily available. It takes that long to check if they will just do it.
Representative Spiller, I thank you for letting me come out to your committee hearing and ask you about my concerns specifically when a jail is overcrowded. In my Tarrant County jail, we had to shut down 4 days. And, I can go down Montgomery County, 98% full. Freestone County, 98% full. Bexar County, 96% full. A jail population of 4,922 with a capacity of 5,108. We have an overcrowding problem. And we have a problem with ICE not picking these folks up. Are you not concerned with the conditions and the safety, in this case, even of U.S. citizens that might find themselves incarcerated, and we are going to exacerbate that problem with mandatory compulsory 287G. Was that ever a concern of yours?
Well, we look at all things, and I listened to your very straightforward questions in our committee, and some of those were taken to heart when we redrafted this. And so, I'm not going to say those aren't concerns. Cost and overcrowding of jails in Texas are always a concern, but the purpose here is if you do this, ICE has 48 hours to pick those people up, and if they don't do that, they're subject to being released. This bill does not stack people up in the jail. That's not the purpose of this bill. The purpose of this bill is to alleviate that, and also to find out the people that in our country that don't need to be in our country and that frankly may be subject to removal under 8 U.S.C. 1227. So that's the purpose of this bill.
Yeah, I understand your intent for the purpose of the bill, but my point is that all of us should be concerned with what happens in our county jails. And let's say, for example, because of your bill and us having to hold these folks, maybe we're releasing folks that are local criminal activity, and now we're having to release or dismiss those folks earlier than otherwise. We might actually be releasing people that could be more dangerous to our community.
Well, I don't believe that, but and I also, my understanding is from the communications that I've had and that Representative Louderback has had, I know because we've talked about it, is that ICE is ramping up and attempting to cooperate more with Texas, waiting on this bill to be passed so that we can have better cooperation and more efficient operation of these folks that are detainees that ICE is required to pick up.
Yeah, well, I think that the folks that you talk about that are being released after 48 hours may be some folks that might have some simple misdemeanor offenses and they let them go. But if they're being held on something greater than that and they have an ICE hold, they're not letting them go in 48 hours, Representative Spiller. That's my point to you. And if they're not letting them go in 48 hours, they are taking the position, they're stacking that jail. They're going to stack them even more. They're going to be overfilled, and I think that's a great concern. Should be a concern for all of us. When I was in your committee, I mentioned that in Tarrant County Jail, in 7 years, we've had 65 deaths. Something that we should all be concerned with. And so when we have 65 deaths, that tells me that jail is not being run as safely as possible. And while we have Jail Standards Committee, the Commission on Jail Standards, I would say that the work...
The gentleman's time has expired.
Move adoption.
Members, this is a vote on the amendment. Mr. Moody's, no, excuse me. Okay, this is a vote on Mr. Spiller's amendment as amended. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 111 ayes, 24 nays, the amendment as amended is adopted. Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Would the sheriff yield for some questions?
There's no one has the floor at this
I'll
time
wait.
to ask a
I'll wait.
question to. Thank you. Does anyone want to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It pains me to speak against a bill that people have worked so hard on because I know that the motivations in their heart are good. I know they come at this issue with a long history in law enforcement as Sheriff Louderback and somebody who I believe has the best interest of this state in Representative Spiller. I take issue mainly with this legislature's approach to the issue of immigration. Our consistent refrain in this body has been enforcement only, never advocating for a safe, legal, transparent solution to the age-old challenge of Texas, which is transnational flows of people. Because people have been coming through Texas for centuries, whether it was on the Camino Real, up through places like San Antonio, through El Paso del Norte in El Paso, kinship relationships on a border that moves successively over and over again through different wars, annexations, treaties. And regardless of what we pass in this bill and the merits of this bill, the transnational movement of people will continue. So the real question for policymakers is, how do we do that in a way that is safe, that is legal, that is honorable for the worker, for the traveler? Because this state, ladies and gentlemen, the first fact that I will state for this body is this state has been built by immigrants. Authorized, unauthorized, those who came willingly, those who were refugees of war, and those who were enslaved. This place has been built by people who have come from elsewhere, including, and I'm going to give you a little history lesson, the Mexican state representative who is pictured on the wall behind me today, Stephen F. Austin, was not from Texas. He, in fact, was a legislator, a state legislator in the state of Coahuila y Texas, in what was Mexico. That Mexican guy right over there. Sam Houston was born in Virginia, came through Tennessee. Davy Crockett, a Tennessean. All were immigrants to the state, not from here. We had the German Emigration Company, for example, that played a key role in transporting thousands of Germans to Texas in the mid-1800s. Representative Louderback, Representative Kitzman, all of you who have German names from Central Texas. The reason we have a Czech stop on I-35 where we all get kolaches is because the Czechoslovakian community went there. We have Swedish Hill here in Austin. Obviously, the U.S. annexed parts of Mexico, including Texas after the Texas Revolution in 1936, and later after the Mexican-American War. So that families like Bobby Guerra's family, who had a Spanish land grant, the border skipped your family, Bobby. You were on one side of the border, your family and your heirs were part of the Kingdom of Spain, Spain's northern territory here, which is Texas, later Mexico, then Texas. And so when we think about immigration in this way, we just need to acknowledge that this has always been a transshipment point. This has always been a place where people for centuries have been traveling. This state capitol, members, and I see a lot of the people in the audience, and I hope you enjoy our state capitol today. The pink granite of this state capitol was cut by immigrants. They were from Scotland because they were the best granite cutters in the world, and they were brought here to cut the granite on the facade of this capitol. And I'm glad Representative Moody spoke earlier today because he's from El Paso, and I referred to it earlier. that was known as the Mexican Ellis Island, according to the Library of Congress, because it served as a major point of entry for Mexican immigrants crossing the border into the United States, just like Ellis Island in New York, where my father came to on a boat in the mid-50s. And so, members, I just want to acknowledge that Texas is great because of its immigrants. Texas continued to build this state. You cannot look at any of the skyscrapers on this skyline and not acknowledge that they're built by immigrant workers, authorized or unauthorized. And there lies the rub, members. That is the dirty little secret, because we say as a country, if you're willing to cross the border, to get across the river, to go through the desert, we have plentiful jobs here, ladies and gentlemen. You will be guaranteed a job in the United States. Why, members? Because transnational labor flows operate on economic principles that are centuries old, supply and demand. And we have an insatiable demand in this country for immigrant labor. We always have, and it shows no sign of stopping. So instead of having enforcement-only policies, as we do in this state, would it not make sense for us as a body to say to our friends in Congress, Congress, we are tired of this. We need a solution for this. It costs us money. It is inefficient, members. And it produces bad results. It rewards the cartels. It rewards human suffering. It rewards cruelty. We have possibly created the worst immigration system possible, because bodies like this like to focus on the enforcement side but will not focus on real solutions to making sure that we reduce legal immigration by increasing legal immigration, so that willing workers in Texas, willing workers abroad, will be matched with willing employers in a safe and legal system, so that we don't just have unauthorized immigrants in this state, because we have thousands and thousands of unauthorized companies in this state who gladly hire the unauthorized worker. And until we solve for that, ladies and gentlemen, we can pass all of these bills. We can talk till we're blue in the face about being tough on immigration, but it will not solve the challenge of this state, the challenge of this country. And until we have that political courage to do that, to say the words, to come up here and speak truth to power, to ask our colleagues in Washington to really act, every session we will come back over and over and over again and pass bills like this. And we will go back to our communities and say, oh, we did something on immigration. And it will never, ever, ever solve the challenge that is in front of us. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the oldest and largest business organization in this state, quite conservative, as you know, we need about 500,000 skilled and unskilled workers every year in the United States, because we're an economic powerhouse. We're a juggernaut. And as Texas is the eighth largest economy in the world, we are part of that economic miracle. We need the workers. We need the workers in a safe and legal and transparent way, so that we can project our values as a state and continue to be the economic powerhouse that is driving the economy of the United States and the world. With that, members, I thank you for your time to share some ideas and experiences as this son of immigrants and as a member of this body for so long, who's seen bills like this over and over and over again that will never get at the heart of the problem. I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. Thank you, members.
Mr. Alcott, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Mr. Anchia, would you yield?
With pleasure, to my esteemed colleague, Representative Alcott.
Representative Anchia, is my understanding of this bill, it deals with 287G programs, which is focused on removing criminal illegal aliens. Are you aware that that's the main focus of this bill?
Well, that is a narrow reading of the bill. This is part of a bigger discussion, Representative Alcott, related to criminalizing workers. Because you know what?
I
You know what?
understand
Hold
that
on,
you're
hold on,
making
hold
it
on.
a bigger
Gentlemen,
issue.
please do not talk over each other.
You have to let me finish. If you're going to ask me a question, you're going to have to let me finish.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, I'll
Mr.
attempt to
Chalfant,
clarify.
for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Certainly.
He will.
Sheriff, this bill has been a massive undertaking, gathering information, understanding real-world implications, implementation, taking into account the real-life experiences of sheriffs like yourself. Who's predominantly responsible for gathering all the necessary information for this bill?
Myself.
And I do appreciate all the work that you put into it. We've worked with together, even in the interim as we were talking about this. One of the big questions that we've had from some of our strong border groups, our grassroots groups, has been, does this bill explicitly restrict in any way the task force model or the JE model?
This model and this team, you know, this is a team effort all the way. So from Representative Spiller to Senator Schwartner, you know, the 287G program is I need to clarify exactly which model we're using, which is the WSO model exclusively, and this bill only deals with the WSO model. But more importantly, this puts one warrant service officer in every county jail, 243 county jails in the state. It provides money for them. It's only the jail model, and it's funded. And so the counties are free to do over and above this model, but this model is the only one that is funded, and it's the only subject of this bill, of this amendment, of this substitute.
So this bill, it funds that model, but just to clarify, just so everyone's aware, it's not going to restrict other models that if a county's sheriff's department wanted to go above and beyond.
There is no restriction for any model that they want to take. That's at their cost and at their expense, but they are free to do that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you, Representative Spiller, for this great bill.
Thank you. So, members, Texas will be the first and only state in the nation with a specialized warrant service officer, Texas edition, that will grant additional powers. Texas will be in a class of its own, once again, on a very important bill that's very necessary due to the complexity of immigration law. This puts one person in your jail, in your county, that ICE can go to and who can identify exactly what's going on with a foreign-born person. And that is a very necessary thing when you're running a jail here in Texas. And that's it streamlines the service. It provides safety. We don't let criminal aliens out of our county jails except to ICE, and that's what the bill does.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman would yield.
Yes.
Mr. Louderback, would you yield?
Thank you,
will.
Sheriff. We've had long, arduous discussions about this bill, and I just want to ask you, as someone who has had their hands in the dirt, so to speak, with enforcement, with jailings, with county jails, you've run a jail, do you believe that this model that's being put forth is going to be efficient?
I do, Representative Canales. I think it's a minimum requirements. It's funded. The warrant service officer model was actually extended. The authority of the warrant service officer was actually extended by ICE 2 days ago, which is a major move for ICE to do to make this compatible. This is highly sought out by the federal administration at this time, and it works. The program works, and it's very effective.
That's my question to you. You've actually run the warrant service model, is that correct?
I have.
And was it effective and cost efficient?
Very effective, very effective. When you can go to your citizens and tell them that anyone who came to the jail, anyone who comes to jail for any charge on a state charge, then they're going to be properly vetted, and they're going to probably be investigated. If ICE needs to be involved, then that's what this program does. It's an overlay. It's an overlay in a county jail with a very good, efficient system from the federal government. It's one of the very few I've known.
Now, if this bill passes, it's going to be, as you mentioned, statewide. Would you say that that's going to bring a sense of consistency and normality to the system, that whether we do or don't know about it, we'll now know how it's being run statewide, which brings a certain clarity and accountability to the system? Would you agree with that?
It certainly does. You know, sheriffs come and go at times, but this being codified into state law, this gives us a consistent approach through every county jail.
That's also going to help the court system, the bondsmen, everybody know how this thing runs, because we know that it's consistent from county to county, not a hodgepodge of different programs being run by different sheriffs.
It'll actually streamline everything. It will actually make way more efficient for our court systems, for everyone. It will increase ICE's efficiency probably twofold.
So one of the things that we deal with along the border is it's people being there and being held on detainers, and there's different counties from El Paso to Hidalgo to Cameron County. This is going to make sure that everybody knows how this operates in one form or fashion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I appreciate your work, Sheriff. I tend to agree with Representative Anchia that the federal government has wholly failed us in immigration policies. I believe that this nation is a nation of immigrants. I do believe that we do need to find a way to fix our immigration system, but this is definitely a more streamlined way to deal with the criminal aspect of it, and I appreciate your work. Thank you.
This will enable us as a state to take care of criminality.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Garcia Hernandez?
does the representative yield
Certainly.
for questions?
He will, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative. I had some concerns regarding the financial cost to our state for this, and my understanding is that there are federal grants that a lot of the sheriff's departments can qualify for. This will, in fact, they need to go through that route first before they apply for the grants that would be under this program. Is that your understanding?
This bill will only be for this narrow set of circumstances here, for a warrant service officer model in every jail. So there's dollars tied to that. Now, any other dollars that a sheriff's office applies for, you know, OLS money, for example, that's separate.
Okay, and my understanding is, I know at least from Dallas County, which is the county that I represent, that they're projecting the cost to the county to implement this program is going to be $6.2 million to $10.6 million. And I know y'all had discussed that y'all had conversations with stakeholders all over the state, but I also understand Harris County projects $2 to $3 million, El Paso County at least $1.2 million. And I think the annual cost across the state is expected somewhere between $40 million to $75 million. But my understanding is that this particular program, the grant program, the total amount allocated is only for $20 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Let me address your question.
Sure.
This model is a dual hat model, where you take an individual in your county jail who you've already employed and you're paying a salary to, and he wears two caps. He wears a warrant service officer model cap, which only requires 8 hours of online training. From that point, anyone who's quoting you that it's going to take $6.5 million to put this program in place, listen, I ran this program. I was the first one who started this in 2016. And got the first application in and started this program. It does not carry that cost unless that sheriff wants to go out and hire new people to administer the program. That's how they come up with that figure. But if you use dual hat people that you already have working for you, then the cost is not anywhere near that.
So I've had some discussions with my sheriff's department in Dallas County. I think their concern is obviously to what level it takes away from them being able to do other work and not being able to fully do this program as well. Is that something that you heard as well?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Speaker.
I
Thank
can
you.
address it later.
Thank you, Representative.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales from Harris to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I felt impassioned to come up here and talk in opposition to this bill because when we're talking about immigration and illegal immigrants and all these words that we've been talking about the last few sessions, it impacts my district a lot because I represent many Latinos. I'm not just a legislator, I'm a proud granddaughter of Houston's Second Ward community, the first Latino neighborhood in Houston. My family, the Morales family, helped found one of the first Spanish language radio stations in Texas. And on that radio station, they didn't just share music, they shared news. Imagine if a hurricane was coming, how would people speaking in Spanish know unless they listened to that Spanish news? They shared community stories. It was a lifeline for newly arrived immigrant families trying to find their place in a new country. Thousands of people found jobs through this radio station on a program called Yo Necesito Trabajo. It means I need a job. They came to Houston, to Texas, and built our railroads, paved our roads, cook in our kitchens, and yes, help build the refineries and the ship channels that make Texas the economic powerhouse that it is. And they never came here for a handout. They came to work, just like my parents who taught me to respect people and not judge them by the papers in their pockets. This bill will not make our communities safer. It will make them more afraid. It sends a terrible message. When parents are scared to report abuse, when workers are fear calling the police after a crime, we all become less safe. In Harris County and in my district in particular, we rely on trust between law enforcement and the people they serve. And this bill breaks that trust. And I want to be clear, this bill isn't about border security, it's about fear. It targets people who have been here for decades. Folks who may be undocumented but are not unwanted. They are essential to our economy, to our faith communities, to our schools. And I know because I have buried them, I have prayed with them, I have watched their children grow into doctors and teachers. If Texas is about anything, it's about freedom and opportunity. This bill chips away at both, and I refuse to stand by while my district, while the very people who helped build this state are criminalized for trying to survive, and I urge you to vote no on this bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
does the representative yield for questions?
Would you yield, ma'am?
Yes, I
She
yield.
will. Go ahead.
Representative Morales, can you tell us more about your family's history in Houston and why this is a personal issue to you?
It's very personal because it's taken me a while to understand the impact that my grandparents had with their radio station, KLVL, La Voz Latina, the first Spanish language radio station in the Gulf Coast where thousands of people were connected to jobs. I feel as though Houston became the largest economy in the state because we were welcoming to immigrants. In my district in particular, they're Spanish-speaking immigrants, but immigrants from all over the world have helped build our wonderful medical center and built the buildings in our city. And so for that reason, I needed to come up and speak.
Thank you. How would SB 8 affect trust between immigrant communities and law enforcement?
Thank you for that question, because recently there was an article in the Chronicle, the Houston Chronicle, our local newspaper, where a mom with a child, it was recorded that a police officer reported her to ICE, and all she was doing was reporting an accident that was happening a couple of blocks away. We can't have moms with children being reported to ICE just because of the way they look. This was just an officer who visually saw a person and assumed that they were undocumented. We cannot have that in our state.
What alternative solutions would you support for true immigration reform or
Well,
border safety?
Thank you. I agree with Chairman Anchia that we need to have Congress act. We need to support federal immigration reform that secures our border, because we all want a secure border, but also protects hardworking immigrant families. We need pathways to citizenship. And we don't need bills like this that are overreaching and make Texans afraid in their own communities.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start out by saying thank you as well to Sheriff Lauterbach. I think he brought a lot to the discussion about where we are now, making sure that this bill didn't have unintended consequences. I will never not defend the immigrant community. It's the only community I've ever known. I grew up in an undocumented household, a mixed family. Y'all have heard me talk about it before. The first thing I wanted to talk about is something that my dad told me when I first came here and I started talking about SB 4 to my dad. And he says, "Oh, mijo," he says, "back in the day, if you got pulled over, you knew you were going back to Mexico." It's just the way it was. And when I think about SB 4, I remember I gave a warning to folks then that something like asking folks to show me your papers would bring us back towards that time when my dad was around. And I told him, I said, "Do you know what rolling Mexicans is?" Back in the 80s, that was a term that was used for robbing folks at the convenience store. They'd be hiding around the corner. Those guys would come out on a Friday, buy their Marlboros, put them in that front pocket, and their money, their check would always be right behind that Marlboro, or their Winstons, or whatever it was. And as soon as that guy would make around the corner, they'd be there waiting on him. And they'd beat them and steal from them. I was just a little kid playing video games, and I can remember rarely would their weekend pass that somebody didn't walk back in the store after getting beat up. It became a norm until it happened to my dad. And luckily I had 5 pretty tough brothers. And we had to take things into our own hands and make sure that those guys knew that they weren't welcome on our corner or by our convenience store. But that was an unsafe time. I heard somebody say yesterday, times are better. Well, I'll tell you that after SB 4 happened, a lot of crime went up in Fort Worth, Texas. And I spoke to a former speaker, Speaker Bond, in that next session and begged him to not allow another anti-immigrant bill that chilled our community from calling police and from engaging people like Sheriff Lauterbach. I had a bar in my neighborhood, got robbed 17 times before they called police. And when they did, there was a sting. And one of those criminals put a bullet in Officer Garrett Hull's head. So sometimes when we're all out for enforcement, as Representative Anchia talks about, we don't think about those unintended consequences. We don't think about the lives that are lost, and a lot of times it's law enforcement that has no choice into what kind of crime they fight. Garrett Hull lost his life protecting immigrants, undocumented immigrants, on Biddison Street in South Fort Worth. And I'm going to tell you that while I'm going to accept that this bill is probably going to pass today, I'm not going to accept the chilling effect that's going to be created throughout this entire state of Texas, and many of you refuse to accept what Texas is and what we are. We're lucky. We're fortunate. We're blessed to have the people that help us build this state the way they have. Sheriff Lauterbach said that those people that are here on a state charge, that commit a crime, that none of us want those dangerous folks back out on the street, whether they're citizens or undocumented. But innocent people are going to be sent home. Those people that have been building our state, those people that we go to church with and we go to school with. And I hope and I pray that more of the people that we love don't lose their lives because they stopped calling police.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the comments of everyone that spoke, and I appreciate the comments of those even in opposition. Much of what they have said I would be in total agreement with, and I respect their positions, and I respect the positions they have. Everyone's district is different. Everyone votes their district. I get that. But I want to say what this bill is not about. This bill is not immigration reform. It's not comprehensive immigration reform. This bill, as much as I'd like to talk about SB4, is not about SB4 either. This bill is the strongest border security bill, indirectly, that we could have this session. This bill is the strongest law enforcement bill that we can have this session. I've said that consistently for months, and I mean that because I understand what this means. I understand what is necessary. This bill doesn't target anyone except people that are accused of breaking the law and have federal warrants existing against them that are already incarcerated.
Mr. Speaker.
On other charges.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
In just a
some
moment,
questions?
and I won't be long. So that's what this bill does. This bill is about public safety. This bill addresses problems with some counties that are not checking, or some that don't have the help and the resources that we're providing them in this bill to check and do these things. Smaller counties, but also larger counties. It helps everyone. The funding is there, the reimbursement grant is there, the simplicity of participating in the warrant service model is there. That's all we're asking, is for them at a minimal level to do what is necessary to identify people that they already have in jail and report that to ICE. And that's what we should be doing to cooperate with our federal partners to make sure that Texas is safe. These concerns have been raised about how dangerous our communities are. Our communities are more dangerous if we don't do this and we don't identify these folks and we look with a blind eye toward what's going on and we let them out into our communities and they reoffend and they do things, sometimes heinous crimes. And we can't have that. That's why this bill is so important. And before I run out of time, again, I want to thank those that I've worked with. I appreciate been a great friend with everyone involved, but Representative Lauterbach has done a fantastic job and knows this very well. But I appreciate also even some of those that we worked with that have been critical of what we had and try to make it better. And if anyone knows that I have a bill anytime, I want to have the best bill that we can, and I will listen, and I have listened, and we have listened, and it may not be the perfect bill. It may not be the perfect bill for everyone in this room, but I think that we have a good bill, and I think we have something that would.
Will the gentleman yield for
In just a
questions
second,
before he
just a
runs out
second.
of time?
I'll be quick. And so, again, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank them and thank Senator Schwartner for filing this, and appreciate working with him and appreciate everything. With that, yes, I would yield.
All right, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions. He yields for questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Spiller. I thought you were going to get close to running out the clock on me. Representative Spiller, when we heard your version of this bill, we were in subcommittee together, correct?
Correct.
Now, so even the warrant services model will result in some counties having to keep people in jail for longer than they would otherwise, correct?
I don't believe that. They can identify those people at their intake, and as said, they wear two hats. When they're doing an intake and they book them in, all they have to do, if they're trained, can get into that system, know how to operate that, know if they have an ICE warrant, notify ICE. There's nothing that causes a delay. Under that process, there's nothing that causes anyone to stay in that jail 1 day or 1 minute longer than they otherwise should.
But there's nothing that makes ICE come get those people on the same day, correct?
No, they've got 48 hours.
So they might have to keep somebody 48 hours who might have been released same day for something, say like an unpaid parking ticket or an unpaid traffic ticket, correct?
Well, what they could do is these people are going to be, and I don't know that they're taking people to jail for parking tickets, but
I had someone in my district go to jail
Right.
for an unpaid
Okay.
traffic ticket
All right.
and
But-
end up with an ICE hole.
But nonetheless, the bigger concern is these people that are picked up and processed and let out back into the community. And so that's what this bill is trying to address. I don't think that the problem is that they're going to be there necessarily longer. Some of these folks are going to be there anyway because if it's a more serious crime and the bond is a certain amount, they may not be able to bond out, or at least not initially.
And I agree with you on that, Representative Spill. I think I'm thinking about these very low-level offenders arrested for something small, would have been out very soon. There are instances where the county jail is going to have to keep those folks longer.
Well,
and in addition to the reasons brought up by some of our colleagues, the other reason this concerns me is I am in a county with a Republican sheriff who does not want to use our scarce sheriff's office resources and our scarce jail resources to step in and do the federal government's job. Do you really think that my county, when we are spending over $3 million a year to ship inmates to other counties because we don't have the jailers to keep folks in Hays County, should have to pick up that tab?
Well, a couple of things. Number one, I think that the people that you were talking about that would be coming in and being arrested, you have to understand, for them to apply here, they would have to have a federal existing warrant against them. So they might be there in jail for a minimal offense, but it may be a very serious warrant or a removal warrant that may be in place. But the other is,
But
I don't believe that it's
those
going to...
federal warrants are not necessarily for crimes.
They
They're
don't have to be.
often for immigration violations, correct?
And that is a concern as well. Why, all those things are concerns. But you have an ICE warrant, but you may have a warrant for removal, and warrant for removal is what it sounds like. They need to be removed from our country, and there's a legal basis for why they would be, why
But
that
we
warrant
could
be
be
issued.
dealing with somebody with no violent criminal history whatsoever, no threat to the community, and my county is still going to be required to spend resources, bed space, time on keeping that person incarcerated under your bill, correct?
And my concern and what we've tried to do, therefore, because to the extent that that is possible, I'm not going to say it's not possible. I don't think it's probable, but to the extent that that is possible, that's why we have grant funding in here and we have reimbursement funding in here, and all of that is in place for your sheriff. If that's a concern, he has a recourse and an opportunity to address that.
Representative Spiller, we have law enforcement shortages across the state, and I appreciate the funding, but that doesn't solve the problem that there aren't enough people to hire to come work in the jails.
Well, that's a whole
so
different bill.
why are we
Yeah.
redirecting our law enforcement personnel from doing the work they actually need to protect us to trying to lock up folks who may have an ICE removal due to missing a hearing
Number one,
and
these
may be
people are locked
arrested
up.
for something small and nonviolent?
Okay, number one, these people are locked up already for a different reason. We're not locking them up under this warrant service model. No one is going out and arresting people to bring them in under the warrant service model. It doesn't work that way. It hasn't worked that way. It can't work that way. So that's not happening. So and I think when you talk about doing their job, part of their job, respectfully, is that they need to cooperate with other law enforcement agencies, and that includes our federal partners.
But why does that have to mean they have to keep somebody in jail for an extra 48 hours for something that under normal circumstances somebody would bond out under same day?
And
And you may say improbable, but people get arrested for unpaid traffic violations. They get arrested for a joint.
Yeah.
They get arrested for, handing off a cigarette to someone who's 20 instead of 21. There are things that aren't serious dangers to our society where we want to prioritize law enforcement resources that result in arrest, correct?
And I'm just saying, if we have federal warrants existing about someone that's arrested on another completely unrelated charge, we need to know about it. Law enforcement needs to know about it. Our communities were safer because of it. We can't not do that.
But I want us to be clear, those federal warrants have nothing to do usually with dangerous activity. They have to do with immigration processes, correct?
I would respectfully disagree. Under an ICE warrant, yes. Under an order for removal, which my bill also covers, no. Those folks have done something potentially bad and may have, and we need to be able to identify those people for public safety's concern.
Potentially, but not necessarily. Some of those folks have missed hearings, correct? Like, can you acknowledge your bill is going to catch people who do not
My bill isn't
pose
going
a
to catch anybody
serious
that doesn't
threat
need to be
our
caught.
community?
Not this bill. This bill doesn't catch anybody that doesn't need to be, that's not already caught and doesn't need to be identified. That's what this bill does.
Representative Spiller, I respectfully disagree, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Lowe, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
If you enter this country,
Gentleman's time has expired.
they're criminals.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Louderback voting aye. Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes and 50 nays, Senate Bill 8 passes third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 10. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 10 by King, relating to the display of 10 Commandments in public school classrooms.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We debated this at great length the other day, and I was going to do a short layout, but after reading some of the amendments that have been proposed, I felt like a really thorough background was necessary. So let me just do the background on this. The Ten Commandments are foundational to American educational system. The very first American textbook, the New England Primer by Benjamin Harris, was first printed around 1690 and continued into use well into the 20th century. I have an example of it on my desk if someone would like to look at it. The New England Primer had 43 questions on the Ten Commandments. Next, students progressed to the McGuffey Readers, published between 1836 and 1960, and sold 122 million copies. Also contained the Ten Commandments. Noah Webster's History of the United States contains a long section at the end about the Ten Commandments. Again, History of the United States and the Ten Commandments. The best-selling book of all time, the Bible, was the most often used textbook for generations of Americans. But not only are the Ten Commandments foundational to our educational system, they are foundational to our American judicial system, being cited favorably in over 500 court cases. In fact, all 10 commandments appear somewhere in statutory code and in all 50 states. They are engraved on the very doors of the United States Supreme Court justices' face in their own courtroom. The Ten Commandments were a prominent part of American education for almost 3 centuries before the 1971 Supreme Court decision in Lemon versus Kurtzman that eventually led to their removal from our public school classrooms. That decision has now been overturned, and rightly so. The Lemon Test was the culmination of the separatist fight to eradicate all references of religion from the public sphere. Litigants used the Lemon Test to block as many displays of America's religious heritage as they could, including Ten Commandment displays and veteran memorials. One of the largest upheavals was in 1980, Stone versus Graham, where the Supreme Court used the Lemon Test to strike down Kentucky's laws requiring the Ten Commandments to be displayed in their public schools. Prior to Stone versus Graham, many public schools displayed the Ten Commandments. After Stone versus Graham, however, public schools across the country almost universally removed their Ten Commandment displays. Now, however, the legal landscape has changed. In Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, the Supreme Court overturned Lemon, eliminating the Lemon Test, and instead looking to America's history and tradition for whether the government may recognize our religious heritage. Nothing is more deep-rooted in the fabric of our American tradition of education than the Ten Commandments. The very way we treat others as a society come from the principles found in the Ten Commandments. In these days of courtroom mayhem, it's time to return to the truths, to the fabric of our educational system. Respect authority, respect others, don't steal, tell the truth, don't kill, keep your word. In this bill, we use the exact words that are engraved on the Ten Commandment monument displayed right outside our window here. This monument and the words on it have already been approved and upheld by the Supreme Court in a 2005 case, so the wording won't need to be subject to a new court case objection. The displaying of the Ten Commandments in our Texas classrooms will bring back this historic tradition of recognizing America's foundational heritage in both our educational and judicial systems and remind students of the importance of this cornerstone of American and Texas law. I am going to keep this bill clean as it came over from the Senate today, and so I just want y'all to know that I am going to move to table any amendments that come up, and with that, I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tellerico, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady
I
yield
do.
for questions? The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Noble. What is the fourth commandment?
Are you referring to my to the way it's written in the bill?
Yes.
Okay, right. Keep the Sabbath. It's about us being here on Saturday. Is that ironic or what?
So what does it mean to keep the Sabbath holy?
Well, I think it's. You want to get into theology here? I'd love to
Just
if
curious,
you'd
yeah.
like to. I think it's really important that we take a day of rest. I think God, who founded the world, didn't need rest, and yet He took a day of rest after He did creation, and I think He was a good example to us to take a day of rest, and that is enshrined in our rules in our Constitution, where it says accepting Sunday in our very early documents as a nation.
And so part of keeping the Sabbath holy is not working on the Sabbath?
That is, yeah.
And what
a
is
day of rest.
the Ten Commandments come from Judaism? What day is the Jewish Sabbath?
It is on Saturday.
And what day is it today?
It is Saturday. Here we
The-
are.
The Christian Sabbath is what day?
Sunday, in honor of the day that Jesus rose from the dead.
And we're scheduled to give this bill a final vote on what day of the week?
It's ironic, isn't it?
Would you be willing to postpone your bill so that we're not breaking the Ten Commandments by working on the Jewish or Christian Sabbath?
I love that you said that, because if we had not had your point of order the other day, we would have actually already completed that.
And so, Representative Noble, you're saying that you'd rather tell people to follow the Ten Commandments than follow it yourself?
I would have rather have had this bill passed the other day when it was time. And you know, that's really sad that we are under such a crunch in time now with the end of session. Our Texas forefathers only gave us 160 days to pass bills, and that's where we are in this session.
We as a legislature are about to
140, I'm
force,
sorry, correction.
we as a legislature are about to force every teacher in the state to post the Ten Commandments in their classrooms.
If
Do
they are
members
donated.
of the Texas legislature follow the Ten Commandments?
Is that about the bill?
Your bill is about the Ten Commandments.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
asking, do members of this legislature follow the Ten Commandments?
So again, this bill is about honoring our historical, educational, and judicial heritage. with the displaying of the Ten Commandments.
The ninth commandment is thou shalt not bear false witness. Are you aware of any legislators who have lied about anything?
That is,
Does-
there might be one coming up in a minute if you keep talking. We'll see.
The seventh commandment is thou shalt not commit adultery.
Yes?
Do you think that members of the legislature should focus more on trying to follow the Ten Commandments rather than telling others to follow them?
Maybe they didn't have them posted. It is incumbent on all of us to follow God's law, and I think that we would be better off if we did.
That's a great segue into my next question, which is, do you think our public schools are missing God?
Again, we are talking about historically what our founding fathers believed. I have a lot of quotes from our founding fathers if you want me to go there, and I would love to do that if you would like me to.
Well, you just mentioned God's law, so I was just asking if you think our public schools are missing God's law.
In some instances, yeah. I would not, I think that there's some amazing teachers out there that are showing an awful lot of Christian behavior and love and concern to their students. So I'm not going to paint that broad of a brush like you just did.
Do you think that seeing the Ten Commandments in a classroom might make a student feel closer to God?
Again, that is not the focus of this bill. The focus of this bill is to look at what is historically important to our nation, both educationally and judicially. But if you would like to look through some of those textbooks that are on my desk, you will see the foundation that our forefathers used when they learned to read and write.
In the committee hearing for this bill, you said that students should see the Ten Commandments in their classroom and remember, quote, God is watching. Is that correct?
What?
In the committee hearing for this bill, you said that students should see the Ten Commandments in their classroom and remember, quote, God is watching.
I do not recall that.
You said it in response to a question from Representative Bryant in the Public Education Committee. You don't recall that?
No, obviously you do, though. That was like 4:30 in the morning.
Okay.
We were all pretty sleep deprived. I don't remember in what response that was, if indeed that was a response. I do, however, believe.
The lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
The following
Move
amendment.
passage.
The following amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Okay.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is simple and consistent with one of the core values many of us in this chamber share: local decision-making. My amendment doesn't ban the Ten Commandments. It doesn't prevent any school district from participating. It simply says you must vote on it first. SB 10 imposes a one-size-fits-all state mandate on every public school classroom in Texas, regardless of the values or diversity of the community it serves. But we all know that what works in Waxahachie might not work in El Paso, and what fits in Brenham may not fit in Austin or Houston. This amendment gives school boards, those closest to the families and students in their communities, the authority to vote for this requirement. It ensures a simple but important step before implementing the mandate in SB 10, an actual vote by each school board or charter leadership team. If we're going to ask our schools to post religious texts in every classroom, we should at least require their local governing boards to affirmatively decide to do so. That is transparency. That is accountability. If we trust school boards to adopt curriculum, manage budgets, hire superintendents, and address parent concerns, surely a policy this significant, one that implicates both constitutional and community values, deserves a formal public vote. It doesn't ban the posting of the Ten Commandments. It doesn't interfere with any school district that wants to move forward. It simply restores local decision making. This amendment is about local control, constitutional respect, and common sense. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Representative Goodwin, this is a great amendment because what it does too is allow parents to be engaged in that process. Because one of the things I've learned from my colleagues across the aisle is they continue to say parental choice, parental rights, and parents have the say. And wouldn't you agree that our school boards are elected by who? The parents of that community, the school board members, correct?
Absolutely. And even just within my district, each of the school districts are so very different. Each of those communities are different. They may have different outcomes. They may vote differently. But I think we need to leave it up to them.
No doubt about it, Representative Goodwin. I'm hoping the bill author accepts this amendment because it stays in the true values of what they say. And as Representative Talarico shared, let's live up to what we say. If we're going to post it for others, wouldn't you agree we as a body need to live up to the same thing?
Absolutely. And you know what else is that the schools already have programs all the time that encompass some of the ideas within the Ten Commandments about showing respect, about sticking to your word, not lying. So the school district may say, you know what, we've already got a program where we're teaching these values. And so it's really not necessary to put something else on the wall. Our teachers' classrooms, they have things on the walls that address what they're teaching their children in their specific classroom. And sometimes they're very full of the kids' artwork, the kids' writing samples, all sorts of things. And so it may just be a matter of there's just really not a place for the Ten Commandments, in addition to the idea that some of our school districts may want more diversity of religion and want to keep the religion separate from the school.
So it would be hypocritical not to accept your amendment because your amendment clearly says, hear the people's voices that are directly impacted. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Thank you for your amendment. It's a great amendment, and I believe everybody should vote on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of the Goodwin Amendment on the basis under Rule 11, Section 2, the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Ms. Goodwin on the amendment.
All right, members, the point of order was withdrawn. I am going forward with my amendment to allow for a local vote, local decision making. So I believe the author is going to table, please, or move to table. So please vote with me.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is a significant change in the bill and completely unnecessary. I move to table.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Winger, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
She would have to withdraw her motion to table in order to yield.
All right.
Ms. Goodwin, close on the amendment.
Okay, I close on the amendment, please. Did you move to table?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so vote no to if you want your local districts to make the decision.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Ms. Noble voting aye, Ms. Goodwin voting nay, Ms. Garcia Bear voting nay, Mr. Manuel voting nay, Ms. Collier voting nay, Dr. Allen voting nay, Ms. Bowers voting nay, Ms. Campos voting nay. Have all voted. There being 82 ayes, 47 nays, the motion prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Thank you, members.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Raise point of order against further consideration of the Wu Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, that this amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Little raises a point of order against further consideration of the Wu Amendment, Amendment Number 2, under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill requires the Ten Commandments to be displayed in public school classrooms. The amendment would require the display of certain Hindu texts, adding a new distinct class. Thus, the amendment is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I rise on a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under the grounds that it is non-germane to the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Kane raises a point of order against further consideration of the Wu Amendment, Amendment Number 3, under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill requires the Ten Commandments to be displayed in public school classrooms. The amendment would require the display of certain Islamic texts, including new, distinct class. Thus, the amendment is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Nobody? Thank you, members. I'm laying this bill out for the same reasons that the bill author talked about why she brought this bill in the first place. That these are foundational ideas and principles, and these are ideas and principles that have shaped the world, and that these are ideas and principles that would benefit our students by learning them, by knowing that they exist, that this would benefit our schools by helping remind our students of what good behavior is, by reminding them of what good action is. And so this amendment would add in to this bill the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism. And before we start on that, remember that there are over 500 million Buddhists around the world, more than 3.5 million in the United States alone, and in Texas, a full 1% of adults are Buddhist. The first temple was built in 1853. This is a group and a religion that has been here a long time and has had great impact on our nation and our state.
Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to call a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, and the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Troxclair raises a point of order against further consideration of the Wu Amendment, Amendment Number 4, under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill requires the Ten Commandments to be displayed in public school classrooms. The amendment would require the display of certain Buddhist texts, adding a new distinct proposition. Thus, the amendment is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
I am the Lord your God.
Mr. Speaker,
Wait, let him talk for a minute.
Yo soy el Señor tu Dios. Jesús, le Señor ton Dios. Ik ben der den God. What I just said was the first commandment in 4 different languages. Wouldn't it be great if we could post this in languages other than just English, and your child learns to speak a foreign language?
Mr. Speaker,
And what
Ms.
this amendment
Richardson, for what
does,
purpose?
I raise a point of order
It's-
against further consideration of this
That's not any
amendment on the
good.
grounds against Rule 11, Section 2, that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front.
thank you.
The point of order has been withdrawn. We're back on the amendment. Mr. Dutton.
No, it's the wrong one. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't offer this amendment willy-nilly. This amendment, I believe that what the author is attempting to do and what the people who are supporting this amendment are attempting to do is to teach our children one of the foundations of this whole country, and that is the Ten Commandments, that it would cause them and their behavior to be different. But I think at the same time, one of the best things I have found in teaching kids, that you don't have to limit yourself to teach them one thing. You can teach them several things at the same time. And though what this amendment does, it says, we're going to teach them the Ten Commandments, and we're also going to teach them to say it in 5 different languages. And wouldn't it be great if your kid came home and said, look, guess what I learned today, Mommy and Daddy? I learned the Ten Commandments, and I can say it in 5 different languages. I don't think that would be something that you would object to. I think you would be happy that your child learned the Ten Commandments, and they learned it in Spanish and French and German, and so they could all say it. Because my children, I will tell you where this came from. I took my oldest son to go to the Wilhelm School. It used to be on Richmond in Houston. And I took the other 3 who were younger, but I was trying to enroll the older one. And Miss Marilyn Wilhelm said, no, bring them too. I said, but they're too young. She said, no, they're not. And so I said, okay, we'll bring all 4 of them. And so I took them. One of the first things they learned was the Ten Commandments. And they learned it in 5 different languages. And that day I went to pick my children up, and they said, okay, Daddy, guess what we learned? We learned the Ten Commandments. And I said, where did the Ten Commandments come from? My youngest one said he didn't know, but he knew the Ten Commandments in 5 different languages. And so I offer this amendment for that reason, because I think we're shortchanging our kids and our children when we don't, if we limit just to teaching them the Ten Commandments. That's one thing, that's very good. I'm going to vote for the bill. But I think we have an opportunity, and we should take this opportunity to teach them 5 different languages. And you never know. And one of the things Ms. Wilhelm said to me at that time, she said, well, one of the things about children is they listen very well. They can hear. They hear the dialects. And so the best time to teach them a language is at that early age. And so when your child comes home and says, I know the Ten Commandments, and I know it in Spanish, English, German, French, and you would absolutely be proud of them. And I think that's the spirit in which I offer this amendment, and so I would move adoption of the amendment.
Ms. Noble in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dutton, I love your heart in this amendment. I actually went through a whole lot of versions of this bill, Senator King and I, when we were looking at it, and one of them was to do even a different translation in English. And when we started looking into that, there are at least 500 modern or English translations of the Bible, and so who's to decide which version? And so his idea to do it in different languages would just cause such mayhem in trying to figure out which version of each of those languages we would go with. So we're just going to stick with the version that is out here on our steps. I mean, outside of our Capitol, and so therefore, I move to table.
Mr. Dutton in opposition to the motion to table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Noble. What the amendment says is that we would post these languages in the 5 most commonly spoken languages in the state. If you look in the Bible, there are 2 versions of the Ten Commandments in the Bible. I don't know how many of y'all knew that. I don't want to tell you This is not a religious education study, but there are two different versions of the Ten Commandments in the Bible. In fact, and Catholics have a different Ten Commandments. And so I just think this is an opportunity we're missing if we don't do this. Because I think
Mr.
that-
Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for?
Yes, I
Gentleman yield
yield.
for questions.
I
He
yield.
yields for questions.
Representative Dutton, why would you bring this amendment suggesting that we have multiple languages that represent, or the words for multiple languages that represent the Ten Commandments? Don't you know that Jesus spoke English?
Well, that's what I think some people try to suggest, that he was an Anglo and spoke English.
Well, I
And
raise
he
that
was
in
Baptist.
irony because, of course, he spoke Hebrew and maybe some other languages of the region.
Right.
But I think your amendment has merit because clearly in Dallas, we have people that we have students in Dallas ISD that speak over 100 different languages.
Correct.
And I'm sure Houston,
Houston
where you're from,
has even 200.
maybe 200 languages.
Yes.
Multicultural places.
Absolutely.
And so your suggestion is not outlandish.
Yeah,
You simply want to represent the Ten Commandments in
Right.
multiple language so it is fully accessible to the multitude of
and
language speakers.
And even more than that, I want people to learn different languages. I mean, if you come speaking English, I think you can certainly enhance. One of the things I've done in terms of travel is I was in South Africa, and I was amazed at the people there because some of the people said they were somewhat uneducated, but I found that amazing because they spoke 5 different languages. And so wouldn't it be helpful to us to institute a program like posting the Ten Commandments in 5 different languages so that our children would have the advantages of learning different languages?
So the virtue then of your amendment is that not only would the representation be accessible to people who spoke languages other than English, but it would promote bilingualism or multilingualism. Is that what you're getting at?
That's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose. And I think for children, it begins to help them. And if you really want the Ten Commandments to seed in a change in their behavior, have them learn to speak it in 5 different languages, and you'll begin to see some change in that behavior.
Thank you. I think you've got a great amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Chairwoman Thompson is telling me that that Representative Wu has a school in his district where they speak 71 different languages, all at the school. And so what this tries to do is to say, look, we're going to let our children, we're going to treat our children the way we should, and that is to give them an opportunity to learn. And what a better opportunity than to learn a different language, and what better opportunity to learn that different language by learning the Ten Commandments?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for just
Yeah, I yield,
Gentleman
Mr.
for
Speaker.
He yields for questions.
Are you aware that the way the Bible was written initially, is not in the same language that it is currently?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know that as we've had each translation, that words have become new meanings, which is why we have scholars?
Correct, and I think a lot of people don't understand. I mean, if they really, most people here probably read the King James Version, but I would invite them to go read about King James.
Yes, and are you aware that Judaism has gone through several different transformations depending on when they've been conquered at the time by Zorinthius, by Romans, by different people?
Yes.
I love your amendment because it also leaves a historical aspect to make sure that we're following it or we're using what we're intending it for it to be, to have the meaning so people can look back and trace where it comes from. Since I don't think most people know that Jesus spoke Aramaic and his hair was like wool.
Well, thank you. And again, members, I thank you for your vote. I know this, I know Ms. Noble, and I appreciate her bringing this to us because I think, again, to teach our children to better their behavior, and that there is something in all of us that God has placed in each and every one of us. And the only way to get that out is to follow his commands, and his commands, the 10 Commandments, set that out. And the best way to teach children is to find a means in which they are willing to learn. And I remember my Spanish teacher. I remember I learned Spanish because, and I will tell you this, the teacher told us we couldn't say bad words unless we could use it properly in a sentence. And so we learned Spanish because of that. And so this is going to help our children. And so I would ask you to vote no on the motion to table.
It's redundant, sends an amendment. Ms. Noble has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting nay. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Well, Ms. Bowers voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 83 ayes, 48 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Ten Commandments are foundational to learning about Christian and Jewish faith, serving as base tenets. So having one particular form of the Ten Commandments that may differ in significant ways may confuse children in the classroom if they are of a different faith, like Jewish or Catholic. For example, having a form of the Ten Commandments that denounces the worship of false idols may confuse a child of the Catholic faith as they revere Mary, Mother of Jesus, and other patron saints. While they do not worship these figures, a young child may be confused as they may not yet understand the nuance. This is why this amendment would require that the Ten Commandments, as they appear in Judaism and Catholicism, be displayed in every classroom beside the Ten Commandments in the bill, must adhere to the display standards. My amendment would ensure that the different forms of the Ten Commandments are present in the classroom for children who belong to different faiths. And I hope you'll join me in adopting this amendment. I move adoption.
Ms. Noble in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why I did the long layout, is because we are going with the version that was approved and has already been upheld by the Supreme Court. And so with that, I move to table.
Mr. Rosenthal in opposition to the motion to table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when the phrase is continually repeated in here about how a version of this has been approved by the Supreme Court, that is not for a classroom, y'all. That's for a monument on the grounds of the Capitol here. So if you want to consider that, these amendments are notably different in different forms and can have different meanings. And it really is germane. It's important that we respect children of all faiths, all religions. And that's why I respectfully urge you to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Rosenthal. You are the only Jewish member in this body, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And the Ten Commandments comes from the Jewish tradition, is that correct?
That is also my understanding. It's in the Torah.
And so there are different versions of the Ten Commandments. This may surprise folks who aren't steeped in this stuff.
Not only are there different versions running around from different translations of the original text, in the original text, it's given different ways in different places.
And so with this bill, the government politicians are deciding which translation, which version of the Ten Commandments is the official or the correct one in the state of Texas.
That is exactly, you are correct, and that is part of the reason that this entire effort is so misguided.
And it's not just Jews and Christians who disagree. Within Christianity, there are different versions of the Ten Commandments. Protestants and Catholics differ on the order of the commandments, the language used in those commandments. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so by passing a bill like this, again, politicians, the government, the state, is going to intervene in matters of interfaith dialogue. Is that fair to say?
I would say that's fair.
I know you're a student of history. When religion and government pair up, do things usually end well?
No, they don't. And as a matter of fact, part of the reason the whole country that we're standing in was founded was people seeking their own religious truth. Would you say that's an accurate statement? I know I was supposed to ask you the question.
I think that's very accurate. Thank you, Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you. Please vote 2 no on the motion to table.
Mr. Rosenthal, the sense of amendment, Ms. Noble has moved to table the questions on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye, Mr. Rosenthal voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 84 ayes and 49 nays, the motion to table prevails. Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for one question?
The gentlelady does not have the floor. There's a new amendment about to come up.
Oh, okay. I'll wait. Thank you.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One form, so this is a similar amendment, but it is a little bit different. One form of the Ten Commandments should not have a state backing, which would imply that only one form of the Ten Commandments takes precedence over the others. We should not deny the rights of the parents who belong to a different form of Christianity or maybe of the Jewish faith, which is why this amendment would require a public elementary school or secondary school to display the Catholic or Jewish versions of the Ten Commandments in the classroom if requested by a majority of the parents whose children were assigned to that classroom. So this places control in the hands of the parents. This amendment would ensure that families of Catholic or Jewish faiths would be represented in their child's classroom. The bill author seems focused on teaching pro-social aspects of the Ten Commandments and pushes historical roots on our country's creation. Then we should honor all forms of the Ten Commandments. Members, please join me in
Mr. Wu, for what
voting to
purpose?
adopt this.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Rosenthal, the differences in the different versions of the Ten Commandments, especially between Jewish and the old translations, are actually significantly different.
They are, especially in the first one. So and actually I want to answer that in detail because anybody making the claim that these are not religious should look at the first 3 of the Ten Commandments. And I don't know if any of you in the room can recite these from memory, but the very first commandment of the Ten Commandments is, I am the Lord your God who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. And number 2 is, you shall have no gods of others in my presence. So if the first 2 commandments are talking about, I am the Lord your God, you'll have no other gods before me. And then the third one is, you shall not make for yourself a graven image. You will not worship false prophets. Those are from the original Torah, from the 5 books of Moses. This has changed significantly over time. And so if you want to respect and honor the faith traditions of the students in these classrooms, you should give the parents the opportunity to adopt the version that matches their religious background, their faith.
But it's more than just that, right? I mean, one of the most significant portions of it is thou shalt not kill. And from what I understand in the Jewish tradition, the proper translation from Hebrew should be thou shalt not murder.
That's correct.
And
there's
those two things are significantly different.
yeah, anybody who thinks, so there are lawyers in the room, right? For you lawyers in the room, would you say there's a difference between thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not murder? You're correct.
And in essence, if what we're doing is we're trying to put into classrooms and teach children these values, and if there are different translations, there are different valuations of what is the right version, right? The different versions have different contexts and different conclusions. Would you not agree?
I would agree. And so it begs the question, who are we, legislators, to determine what is right or wrong for any family's faith tradition?
In a sense, what your amendment does is saying that the state of Texas, in putting up a Ten Commandments in the classroom, we're not going to make a content-based decision. We're not going to give a interpretation or a certain view or an ideology exclusive purchase in our school, saying that if we're going to do this, that the state should not pick which version, which interpretation is the correct one. Would that be fair?
That's exactly right.
So if this amendment did not go on, then the legislature is specifically saying that we are choosing one version of ideology over another. Would that be fair?
That is exactly right, and that is one of my principal objections to this entire effort.
So in a sense, your amendment is trying to save this bill from being struck down on a viewpoint basis, that the state is choosing which viewpoint in Christianity, in understanding the Ten Commandments, that you should take.
You can put it, I agree with you. That's a good way to put it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wu.
Ms. Noble. In opposition.
I am so, I love your heart, and I thank you for sharing your...
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would a gentlelady yield for
Gentleman yield
question?
for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
I just want to be clear, because with schools, everything is about compliance. So and your bill may not address that, or the amendment may not address that, I just want to be clear. So when they're posting the Ten Commandments in every classroom, so if you have 1,000 classrooms.
If donated, that is in the bill, if donated.
Oh, if the Ten Commandments is donated, so it's not an unfunded mandate.
It is definitely not an unfunded mandate. Thank you for asking that.
I'm here to learn and teach others. The other question that I have is, if not donated, or if donated, would a school be out of compliance if they had multiple versions posted?
Yes, they would, because this bill has very specific ways that the poster must be done.
So there is no discretion in terms of having exact wordage from your bill and possibly having another language, because I think Representative Dutton brings up an excellent question or amendment that talks about multiple languages versions, and you're saying that's not allowable.
Not under this bill. And the reason is we didn't want to get into yet another court case over the wording, and that this wording that we have put into the bill has already made it to the Supreme Court and been approved. So we didn't want to encumber it with another court case.
Thank you, Representative, for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady yield for just a few questions?
Gentlelady yield for questions?
I will.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Noble, I just had a few quick questions. I know that if they're donated, they can be put up in the schools. If the person who is donating these to the schools or organization, will their name or organization or whoever it is, will it be on the back or anywhere on that Ten Commandments? Or does that Ten Commandments have to stay clean specifically only with the Ten Commandments? So not like these Ten Commandments were given or donated by a Christian Manual or a Christian Manual's campaign or anything like that.
Thank you for asking that. Actually, it may only say these words and no other words.
Okay, so no organization and the person who donated wouldn't be on those as well.
No, that's a great,
Thank you
that's
so.
a
I was
great
wondering
question.
about that. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
General yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
She yields for questions.
Manuel had a great question. I wanted to follow up on that. So say, for instance, that the Ten Commandments are donated, and I understand you're saying that their name cannot be displayed on the front. The person or entity that donates the Ten Commandments, do they get a tax break for donating?
We did not specify anything like
So
that
it's
in the
possible
bill.
they could?
I don't know that.
I mean, somebody could donate
I mean,
one
they
that's
might be a
gold-plated.
501c3 anyway. I just they may be tax exempt anyway. I don't know who might do this. It
Well,
might just be a citizen of that city. It would not be a tax break under Texas law because we don't have a state income tax.
Well, I'm talking about for their IRS taxes. Like, are they donating to the school?
I mean, that would be under federal law. I don't have any way of knowing that, what federal law would be. I would assume it would not be.
Okay, so
but
what about the
that's just an
size?
assumption.
I understand it's 16 by 20.
Yes,
But the
16 inches
typeface-
wide, 20 inches tall.
And can it be in any color, ink? It could be rainbow.
We talked about the rainbow the other day, about Noah's rainbow.
Mhm.
I'm glad you mentioned that again. Let me just read to make sure. It doesn't specify the color. However, if I were making it, I would make it very legible and in a, maybe a navy blue or a black, just because that's easy to read.
But
as a
your
poster.
bill provides the flexibility and freedom to have it in any color. And it just says the typeface that could be legible by an average person. Is that right?
That is what the bill says, yes.
Okay, so it could be in cursive.
Yes, and we are teaching cursive back in our public schools again.
Right.
After our legislature acted on that.
Sure, it could be in calligraphy. Any type of typeface, because your bill
Perhaps.
doesn't
It doesn't
designate it.
specify that.
Okay. And the other concern that I had in terms of who donates it, can they ask to be recognized by the school for donating the Ten Commandments?
That isn't specified in the bill.
So they could.
I mean, I don't know that the school would comply were they to ask the school. Are you talking about bragging out in public that they
Sure.
did it? Or
Some people
you're
like
talking
that.
about the school recognizing them?
Both?
That is not in the bill.
So it's not it's not,
It's that, I'm not advised on that.
but your bill doesn't prohibit it.
It doesn't mention that in any way, one way or the other.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I move to table.
Mr. Rosenthal, to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this really is about the language, and it's about parental choice, and it's about our families having the ability to choose for themselves, for their children. So if a majority of the children, of the majority of the parents of the children in a classroom prefer a different form of these commandments, then why would we not affirm them? It also, as was pointed out earlier, helps you avoid the obvious legal challenge that is coming for this when you decide what other people are going to worship. That's a problem. And so with that, I respectfully urge you to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Rosenthal sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble has moved to table. It's a record vote on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye, Mr. Rosenthal voting no. Mr. Dutton voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 83 ayes and 49 nays, the motion to table prevails. Ms. Groven Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will gentlelady yield for questions, or is there another amendment?
There is nothing right now. We're getting a new amendment to come up. She does not have the podium. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Mr. Speaker, members, my amendment is in regards to making sure that teachers know how to explain the Ten Commandments when they're posted in the classroom. So if we're going to post the Ten Commandments in every classroom, which means every grade, then obviously
Mr. Speaker.
there will be
For what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment on the grounds it's not germane to the bill according to Rule 11, Section 2.
Bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn and the amendment is withdrawn. Is Mr. Turner on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a really simple local control amendment. So in talking about implementing this policy in the 1,200 plus school districts we have in our state, our districts are different and they have unique needs, they have unique challenges, unique circumstances. And what this amendment simply does is replicates a provision that many of you have voted for just this week in another bill dealing with our public schools. And also, again, 2 years ago, yet another provision dealing with our public schools. So what the amendment says is that the Board of Trustees of a school district may, by a majority vote, exempt the district from the application of this section. So they could opt out if the locally elected officials who govern the school district take a public vote to opt out of displaying the Ten Commandments. And this language is very similar, members, to the language in SB 11, which we passed off this floor a few days ago. You'll recall that was Mr. Spiller's bill that dealt with prayer in school and Bible study in school. Said a school district could actually shall vote, and if they could vote to adopt the policy or to not adopt the policy. Similarly, 2 years ago, we passed Senate Bill 763 that allowed chaplains to serve as counselors in our public schools. That has similar mechanism. It said that ultimately it was the school board's decision whether or not to implement that chaplain as counselor's policy in the public school. And since then, some districts have adopted it, some districts have chosen not to. But ultimately, the decision lies in the hands of the local elected officials who are closest to our public schools. And I would add, members, we have in this body, we are fortunate to have in this body, many members of the Texas House who used to serve on a school board. And with the help of Google AI, I was able to come up with a really robust list of members who have real expertise in public education because they've served on a local school board. And I would think we would entrust people like these people to make this decision. So I'm talking about Representatives Cecil Bell, Keith Bell, Anchia, Hinojosa, Cunningham, Berry, Ashby, Jolanda Jones, Howard, Villalobos, Buckley, Ken King, Wharton, Orr, Holt, Janie Lopez, Spiller, Lambert, Ray Lopez, and Mr. De Ayala. All of these members have served on the Board of Trustees of their local school board, and they were responsible for making decisions that were in the best interest of the students and the faculty and staff that they were elected to lead. So I don't know why in an issue of this importance, of this magnitude, that's the subject of Ms. Noble's bill, that we wouldn't similarly empower our local school board trustees to make this very important decision. That's all this amendment does, and I hope you'll give it favorable consideration. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble in opposition to the Turner Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to move to table
Mr.
this.
Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I will.
Thank
The gentlelady
you.
yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Noble. So Representative Noble, as I understand it, Representative Turner's amendment is simply empowering local school districts, local school boards elected by the people of that district, the ability to make the best choice for their district. Why should we override that?
We do it every day with our policies in education. We are in this room. In fact, we mentioned one earlier, cursive writing. We put it back into the classroom. I would not want to curse our local school boards with having to have this debate at a meeting. In fact, I think that is our job to make these kind of decisions to save them from having to have those kind of debates. And that is the reason I'm moving to table this
So
motion.
Representative Noble, hypothetically, I don't have any numbers for for specific school districts, but let's say there's a school district where a majority of students there are not Christian. Do you think that school district should have the opportunity to say, this doesn't reflect our community, and have a different option?
So you're forgetting my layout for the bill. This has to do with our foundational education and judicial, the foundation of both our education and our judicial systems. And this is completely within that framework. It's foundational to who we are as a nation and our forefathers and what made them tick, why we do the things we do in the way we do it. Just the Declaration of Independence alone has 4 mentions of God. We have God in God we trust on our money and in this room. And before we even started our day today, after we had the prayer, we said the name of God in both the U.S. flag pledge and the Texas pledge. We already do that in our public schools. We already have that in our public schools. So I think this is completely within our bounds as a legislature to include this as well for its educational and judicial foundation.
Representative Noble, if the goal is to hit on some of those foundational principles of the founders, why are we focusing on the Bible instead of the principles of enlightenment and deism that people, that you sort of made reference to, like Thomas Jefferson actually subscribed to?
I completely disagree that that is accurate when you're talking about our forefathers. In fact, it's hard to find a quote from our forefathers. More than a third of their quotes that have made it down through history include references to the Bible. So it's hard to separate that out from what we are historically.
I believe you would find similar references to Greek mythology. Do you think we need to include anything about the Greek pantheon in our public
That's
schools
not this
as
bill.
well?
If we're going to talk about this bill, let's talk about this bill.
Well, if we're talking about foundational pieces,
Again, I'm
yes.
talking about this bill and this amendment.
Well, why not allow that local control to come into that question in terms of what students need?
I've already answered that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Gentlelady, answer a question for me, please.
I will answer one question because I think that we have taken enough time on this.
The gentlelady yields for a question.
Representative Noble, as you well know, the beauty of this body is for discussion and debate. And so I really appreciate members who take as many questions so folks can get their answers to their questions. But thank you. So here's my question. If a disclaimer is put on the poster that is for educational purposes, would they be out of compliance with your bill?
Yes, they would.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did move to table. Just wanted to reiterate that.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment doesn't at all limit a school district in displaying the Ten Commandments. It doesn't change what they should display. It doesn't say they should display additional text. It fully allows them to display the Ten Commandments, which I understand is the purpose of this bill. It simply gives them a local option, a local decision to decide if that's the best policy for their district, for their students, or not. And members, I would remind you, in Texas, our school districts are called independent school districts. That signifies they have some decision-making authority there at the local level, where these decisions are often best made. And that was the spirit, I think, behind the provision in SB 11, Mr. Spiller's bill from earlier in the week related to prayer in school and Bible study in school, as well as the provision 2 years ago when we passed a law that allows chaplains to serve as counselors. Again, there was a local decision-making authority granted to the school board to decide if this is the best policy for them or not. They can choose to adopt it. They can choose not to adopt it. At the end of the day, they are local elected officials answerable to the voters in that school district, our constituents, and if they make the wrong decision or a decision that's out of step with the majority of the voters in that district, the voters have recourse to unelect those people. I think this decision is best kept with our local decision makers, and that's why I hope you will vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting nay. Show Ms. Richardson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. King voting nay. There being 72 ayes and 54 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Perez of El Paso.
Chair recognizes Mr. Pettis of El Paso.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Pearson, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, on the basis that the amendment is not germane.
Ms. Pearson, please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Perez of El Paso to explain the amendment.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respect the sincerity behind the author's dedication to highlighting this historical importance of the Ten Commandments. However, the authors claim that there is one universally recognized and Supreme Court approved version is simply not accurate. And that matters deeply when we're legislating what millions of Texas students will see on classroom walls every day. The Supreme Court has indeed addressed the Ten Commandments, but never once has it approved their mandatory display inside public school classrooms. Quite the opposite. In Stone v. Graham, the Supreme Court struck down a Kentucky law precisely like this one because it mandated a clearly religious display in classrooms. That decision remains good law today. The Van Orden case, which the author mentions, was about an outdoor monument in a historical, adult-oriented setting, not a mandatorily daily display in classrooms filled with impressionable students from diverse religious backgrounds. But even more importantly, members, let's be honest with ourselves and our constituents. There simply is no single universally accepted text of the Ten Commandments. Catholics number them differently from Protestants. Jewish communities emphasize certain commandments differently. These aren't trivial differences. They reflect profound theological traditions. By pretending these differences don't exist, the bill doesn't restore tradition, it distorts it. Mr. Speaker, may I get some order?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
My amendment corrects that oversight. It ensures our classrooms reflect not just one narrow sectarian interpretation, but the full richness of our shared Judeo-Christian heritage. By clearly displaying side by side the Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish enumerations, each clearly labeled, we honor the truth of our diverse traditions. We turn a mere religious mandate into a genuine educational opportunity, teaching our children something powerful, that our common morals have been expressed through different voices and different faith traditions. The author's argument that we're restoring a historical tradition conveniently overlooks that the Supreme Court explicitly ended the practice she's trying to restore, precisely because it violated the Constitution. Posting religious texts without context doesn't teach history. It risks promoting one religion over others, something our Constitution forbids. My amendment also significantly reduces the risk of costly litigation. If we adopt the original version of this bill, legal challenges are inevitable, and taxpayers will bear the expense. But by clearly including all three major traditions, we strengthen the constitutional footing of this bill. Courts have consistently upheld religious displays only when they're clearly educational, historical, and neutral, not sectarian endorsements. In short, this amendment is not about diminishing religious values. It's about protecting religious freedom. It respects our pluralistic society, promotes true educational value, and safeguards taxpayer dollars by reducing the legal vulnerabilities inherent in the original version. Let's be honest about our history, respectful of our constitutional obligations, and wise with taxpayer funds. I urge you to adopt this amendment to honor the full diversity of faith traditions that enrich our state. That's how we genuinely restore our historical legacy while upholding our constitutional duties.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Perez. So you said that this amendment, if we add it to the bill, makes the bill more defensible in court. Can you
Yes.
explain?
Again, just to emphasize, the author, by suggesting that there is a sort of court-sanctioned Ten Commandments, is simply not true. The Supreme Court has not endorsed one version of the Ten Commandments, and has been made clear by previous amendments there are different versions of the Ten Commandments, both in the substance and in the order in which they appear. My amendment helps to address that by displaying all the Ten Commandments from the three main faith traditions.
Representative, about 1% of Texans are Jewish, 22% of Texans are Catholic, about 27% are evangelical Protestants. So why is it important to include Catholic, Jewish, and Protestant versions of the Ten Commandments in our public school classrooms?
Well, again, because there are different versions of the Ten Commandments, by endorsing one specific version of the Ten Commandments, the state will in effect be promoting one specific religion, whether that be the Protestant tradition, the Catholic tradition, or the Jewish tradition. My amendment seeks to remedy this problem by putting all three versions of the Ten Commandments.
And we've had a lot of conversation about this bill, asking the bill author of what purpose she's trying to achieve. She's made comments about Ten Commandments will remind students that God is watching, things like that, but then also tries to say that the purpose is academic only. So how will this amendment ensure that the purpose is truly academic and not religious?
Again, it's showing an educational value because it's putting different faith perspectives in perspective by providing all three versions of the Ten Commandments. Doing so otherwise, again, imposes one specific faith tradition. But when you put it in an educational context by trying to demonstrate the differences in religions and putting it in a historical context, that overcomes, I think, the major defect of this original bill.
And like I said, many of us have suspicions that the true motives of this bill are religious in nature, not academic. And if this amendment is tabled, if this amendment is rejected, I think that would confirm our suspicions that the motives are not academic, but in fact religious. Would you say that's a fair statement?
That's a very fair statement. Again, by endorsing one version of the Ten Commandments, you're specifically endorsing one faith tradition, and I believe that that is fundamentally unconstitutional. This amendment would fix that.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you. It was a very interesting conversation. It had nothing to do with this amendment. This amendment says that you're going to make the State Board of Education have to make this decision, the decision that is already in this bill. Therefore, I move to table.
Mr. Perez of El Paso sends up an amendment. Excuse me. Back up, members. Chair recognizes Mr. Perez of El Paso to close on his amendment.
Thank you, members. Again, if this amendment is not passed, then the state of Texas is fundamentally endorsing one specific religion by endorsing one version of the text. This amendment fixes that problem by putting all versions of the Ten Commandments in historical context. With that, I close.
Mr. Perez of El Paso sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 51 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it may surprise you to know the vast majority of people in the state are not watching what the Texas legislature is doing every minute of the day, and likely will have no idea that their children will be walking into classrooms with a religious text on the wall when they return to school next fall. So, my amendment simply says that we are going to let them know. We are going to let their parents know. So the Texas Education Agency shall develop and provide to each public elementary and secondary school a notice regarding the display of the Ten Commandments in each classroom, and each school shall provide the notice to all the students in that school at the beginning of the school year. The notice must include an explanation regarding the reasons the Ten Commandments are displayed in each classroom, and a copy of the text of the poster or framed copy of the Ten Commandments It also needs to clarify that the text of the poster or framed copy of the Ten Commandments displayed is the version of text more commonly used by Protestant denominations. It will explain parental rights related to the display of the Ten Commandments in the classroom, but I mean, there are no parental rights. And it will provide contact information a parent may use to contact the school regarding questions related to the display of the poster. And of course, it will say that what is being displayed is the Ten Commandments. I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make to thyself any graven images. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his cattle, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Thank you. I think it would be very important that we let parents know what will be displayed on their children's classroom walls. They don't really have any rights because the way this bill is fashioned, it will be. They don't have the right to say, I don't want my child to be in a classroom without that on the wall because this bill doesn't allow for that. However, it does let them know who they can call and talk to and maybe voice their grievance. Particularly, then maybe they want to call and ask, did their school board have an opportunity to vote on whether or not this went into the classroom? And then the answer, of course, would be no, because we did not accept that amendment. Who knows what questions they might have? Maybe they would say, why are we bringing a religious text into our classroom? I would question if this was appropriate for certain ages, because they probably aren't going to understand. And you know, members, this is kind of like when you see something, a warning sign over and over and over, you kind of ignore it, like ice on a bridge. And it's summertime and you're like, how ridiculous is that? So you just ignore that signage. I'm afraid, members, that that's what will happen with the Ten Commandments. Kids will see it, it will just become something that's on the wall that has no meaning. And is that really what we want for our students? So with that, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just adds government red tape to this bill, and therefore I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would say that this is government red tape. This is the government saying what our schools have to do, what we have to show our students, and we should at least inform our parents so they know what is going to happen when the students return to the classroom.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Rep. Goodwin, you've been in this body for quite a while, for more than a few sessions, correct?
Yes, this is my fourth term.
And we've had bills almost continuously demanding that parents be notified of this, that, and the other, about books, about hair, about everything that could possibly happen in a classroom. Is that not correct?
That's correct, but with this bill, we'll just be springing it on the parents.
I mean, like, nobody complained about red tape on all those different things, whatever they happen to be. I mean, like, our body has been, has crusaded for parental consent and parental information, right?
That's absolutely right, and we should
It's
give
a
it to
little
them.
strange on this one topic that we suddenly go the opposite direction, that this is now red tape, just informing parents that something is changing in their classrooms.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a simple thing to let the parents know a big, substantial change.
And I don't know about you, but I would consider my child's religious upbringing to be something that would be very important in their lives.
Yes, absolutely.
And something that's very important in our family's life.
Yes, I agree.
And if the school is going to put up something that may confuse my child about their religious upbringing, about what they have been taught, and it might conflict because it's a different version of the Ten Commandments or whatever it is, or different interpretation, that is a significant issue, is it not?
Yes, I agree. And we've heard some amendments prior to this saying that we should show different versions and not choose the one version that we think is the best.
And that was rejected, right?
Yes.
And not only that, but what if there are parents who say, hey, before this happens, I want to have a discussion with my child before they go see this, before they see it on their walls?
Absolutely. That, if we give them this notice at the beginning of the school year, they can have a conversation with their own children about the meaning of the words.
And I mean, it might be important to talk to the kids and say, hey, this is a political act by the legislature, right?
Yeah.
And a parent might want to say, hey, I want to have a discussion with you, with your child, with their child, saying like, we believe in the separation of church and state, right?
Exactly. They might want to explain how this ended up on the classroom wall, that it was the legislature that made that decision. It wasn't the local school board. It wasn't the teacher, but it was the Texas legislature that said, we're going to put the Ten Commandments on the wall.
And right now, your amendment would give parents that notification, give them that ability to address it with their kids ahead of time, or just have a conversation with the kid knowing that this has happened.
Absolutely. And that's such a small thing to ask for, just to let the parents know.
And the bill author says no to this amendment, and her reasoning is because it's red tape.
That's right.
That's very unfortunate.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Show Ms. Goodwin voting nay. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting nay. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Bowers voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes and 48 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, all this amendment does is that before a public elementary or secondary school may display a poster or framed copy of the Ten Commandments in the classroom, as required by subsection A, the school must obtain consent of the parent or guardian of each student assigned to that classroom during any time period that the child is in the school or in that classroom for the day. Look, we talk about parental rights all the time in this chamber, and why this body picks and chooses what rights a parent may have over their child's health, education, or upbringing that may differ from the majority of this party. It's hypocrisy at its best, and so I urge you to support this amendment and give parents a right to choose, make those choices for their own children. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to move that we table this this amendment as well.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, look, a parent may not want to or need to answer some of the complicated questions that their child may have after seeing the Ten Commandments posted in their classroom. They may, especially if the child is really young, a parent may not want to get into a discussion about what adultery is, or should not covet thy neighbor's wife, or even the terms maidservant and manservant that will be posted in these classrooms. These are complicated, issues that a parent may not think is appropriate to discuss with their child, and so I urge you to motion to not vote to table this amendment and give parents a right over how they want their children and their environment to look like in their educational environment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield.
Gentlelady yields.
Representative Gonzalez, I think you raise a very good point. In the process of education, we don't just throw material at kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't just say, here, just read this book and you're good, right?
Yes.
We go over the materials with them. We talk about it with them. We explain what things mean. We talk through it. Chapters of books are a part of lesson plans, right?
Yes.
There's discussion. There is education, and we ask children, what do you think? How do you understand this or not? What is your opinion on it? And we try to use those things to teach. Is that fair?
Yes.
And we never just say, well, here it is, don't ask questions, don't have any background on it, no explanation of why it's happening or what the purpose is, but here it is. We never do that in education.
No.
Because the point of education is to teach, right?
Yes.
And if you're going to put this into a classroom as a teaching tool to teach kids morality, teach kids whatever, teach whatever I am the Lord your God, whatever that's supposed to mean to them, that has to have some type of instruction that comes with it. Is that not fair?
Absolutely.
And without that instructions, without that meaning, especially when dealing with younger kids, if they have questions, especially like things like adultery.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we're leaving it up to now the teacher, because kids are curious, right? They're going to ask, hey, what does this mean? What does that mean? And now we're leaving it up to the teacher when the teachers aren't getting guidance on how to explain these terms, may not feel comfortable. And so a parent may not want to put that responsibility on the teacher to have to explain these certain terms to their child, and they should have the right.
Absolutely. And look, I represent a district in Houston. We have an extremely diverse population. And, I tried to offer different amendments to include the various faiths, including Islam, that is the third largest religion in the world and makes up a significant portion of Texas. And there may be students who are unfamiliar with the Ten Commandments, of different religious backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds. And they might say, I don't even know what this is. Why is this here? What is the point of it? This is weird, right?
Yes.
That is not a good place to put our students, is it?
Nope.
Right?
I
mean, imagine having a student ask you questions and a teacher says, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
And and the student's like, well, why is this here then? What is this point?
Yeah.
I mean, it almost seems like there's not really any educational element to this, that this is purely a political move.
Yes.
Like this just has political intent. They're just trying to make a point.
Yes, and again, folks here talk a lot about parental rights, and so other parents should have the right to not have their kids exposed to that if they do not choose to.
Thank you. This is a very smart amendment.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Show Ms. Swanson voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 52 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment will direct the TEA to establish an accessible, easy-to-use web portal for educators to log feedback, interactions, and frequently asked questions brought by their students about this new requirement to have the Ten Commandments installed in each classroom. This amendment would also instruct TEA to produce a report prior to next session in 2027 that would provide a detailed analysis of the submissions to the portal and require the agency to offer policy recommendations for the legislative branch to consider in an effort to be more responsive to student and teacher feedback. By logging these interactions, stories, questions, and even concerns raised by students, this helps the agency better understand the real-time feedback offered by students in the classroom. I believe, like I hope many of you do, that when we institute a non-academic change that impacts classrooms across Texas, we have the responsibility as lawmakers to ensure that the policy does not distract our students from what they should be focused on, getting an education. For example, if we find our classrooms erupting into religious debates regularly when our students should be focusing on classwork objectively, this would be considered a failure of the policy. But if we don't ask our educators to report back on how students receive the presence of the Ten Commandments in their classroom or how they interact with it, then we'll likely never know its impact. The collection of reports from the field or the classroom will also help the TEA better understand how the presence of the Ten Commandments impacts students who don't consider themselves followers of certain religions. And en masse, are students treated differently when they speak up about the fact that they don't practice, they don't practice one of the Abrahamic religions. I think this is a smart inclusion to this bill. It gives us the opportunity for teachers to report back some of the questions that students may ask and see if, maybe we made a mistake somehow. But at least getting that feedback from folks when it's happening in real time, we can understand how this policy is changing our classrooms. And so I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We did not allocate the required money to implement this amendment. I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to close on the amendment.
Again, if we don't understand how these policy changes that we're making to our classrooms, when the goal of being in a school is to learn without being distracted from things that have nothing to do with an academic environment, I would encourage you to vote against motion to table. Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hopper voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 50 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Flores.
Chair recognizes Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a super simple amendment, but it's an inclusive one. This says that the Ten Commandments must be in written form, but in a school for the blind, the text must be in Braille. It's inclusive. It means that we're not going to allow students who aren't able to read to be deprived of having the Ten Commandments and learning about them. So it would require that in those schools where they have blind children, that they should be able to have the amendments, the commandments in Braille. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do love the heart of this. I wish we'd have had it this to add when it was in the Senate. I'm going to keep this bill clean, therefore I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Flores to close on the amendment.
Thank you. I just hope that we will want to be inclusive and include all our children in learning about the Ten Commandments. So I would ask that we include the text in Braille for those children that are not able to see text. Thank you, and I move
Mr. Speaker.
adoption.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for some
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Sure.
Gentlelady yields.
Representative, do you represent students who are visually impaired in your district?
Well, not in my district. I do have the Texas School for the Deaf, but I do know that we have schools for the blind, and I'm sure that some of the private institutions would have children that are also blind. So I would like to make sure that if we are going to do this, that these children not be excluded.
And we've been talking about religion all day on the floor. How do you think Jesus would feel about leaving blind kids out of this piece of legislation?
I think Jesus would feel very bad because he was an inclusive person. He always, helped the lesser among us, or the folks who don't have the same abilities that we do. I think he would want to have them included.
Thank you for bringing this.
Thank you for your questions. I move adoption.
Would the gentle lady yield for questions?
Ms. Leo Wilson, for what purpose?
Sure.
I'd like to ask a few questions.
Does the
I will yield for
gentlelady yields for
question.
questions?
Are you aware that my background is a teacher for the visually impaired?
I am not.
Yes, that's what I taught for years and years and years. I had Braille students, and that is already required. If we have a totally blind student in the classroom, their VI teacher goes in and Brailles everything.
Okay, well, I would like to make sure that that poster is in Braille.
Well, you can
bet
it
included.
is for sure. It is the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Flores sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table. The question is on the motion to table the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes and 53 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment that is near and dear and very personal to several of us members on this floor. This amendment removes reference to a time in history where owning another individual was considered a reality. It would remove reference to manservant and maidservant, which in translation means male slave or female slave. We have worked very hard in this country to eliminate references to slavery. We have worked hard to have equality and to have a document hang in the classrooms of our schools, our public schools, that references a time in history that was very hurtful and painful to many people, will continue to perpetuate that hurt. And the students are unlikely to understand what it means not to covet thy neighbor's wife, nor their manservant, nor their maidservant, nor their cattle, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. All referencing ownership of other people and other things. And so this amendment would remove reference for the 246 years of slavery in the United States, 400 years of the transatlantic slave trade. This bill, this amendment, would remove that reference to avoid confusion, hurt, and pain. And with that, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady yield?
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield? Ms. Collier.
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentlelady yields.
Using in reference to what you were saying, talking about a misinterpretation, are you aware of the misinterpretation of the son of Ham, of why black people were considered and are still considered by some people to be a subservient caste of human beings?
You're referencing the mark?
Yes.
Yes, I am very familiar. Please explain that further.
And are you aware that this was used to subjugate us, to tell our ancestors, us, that if we were good servants, that we would go to heaven to be with our white masters? And so would our offspring.
That's correct.
And if I'm understanding, this is just to make sure that we are not condoning or allowing someone to have the misinterpretation that anyone could be a slave, let alone anyone, not just black people, but anyone.
That's right.
And are you aware of the saying for Jewish people today, they say never again, and that they recognize that what happened to their ancestors is what happened to them, and so they say we will never go through that again, or we will never go through bondage as they did during the time of Moses.
That's right. Never
I
again.
appreciate you for making sure that the body understands that for us, we want to make sure that this never happens again.
Never again. We've worked so hard for the civil rights movement, for our ancestors, for the right to vote, for the right to even sit in this chamber. We worked so hard, and to reference a time where the reality was slavery that is no longer in existence.
Right, and
It's
also
hurtful.
that we don't condone it in this country.
That is right. We do not condone slavery today or in the future.
Thank you. I know our ancestors are smiling.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did a quick Google. I 100% love you and am so glad that slavery is a past tense in our country. And we fight every day in here to make sure that human trafficking isn't happening as a result of that. I did do a quick Google search on the term maidservant, and according to the Cambridge Dictionary, it can mean maid, housemaid, female servant, domestic or hired girl. So they don't even include the definition that you did in your amendment. So therefore, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Britannica definition does include slave. I went to BibleStudy.com, and it says manservant references a male servant or slave. Maidservant references a female servant or slave. And they also reference biblical sections of the Bible where these words were used. So I ask that you consider what we are doing today. Are we all equal?
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Representative Collier, as you bring to our attention these two words on those two lines, would you say that when a member say, I love you, I care about you, that they would be willing to modify words that are offensive if they truly believe those words that they said?
I would hope so.
So to not accept this amendment is truly a slap in the face in terms of using offensive words that could be easily removed that still does not change the content of what the bill intent is.
That is correct, because there's still.
And when we find things that are offensive and that need to be changed, we as policymakers, wouldn't you agree that it takes good judgment and courage to make those corrections?
Yes, it does.
So it's very difficult, would you agree, to function in this body where we're still using words that are offensive to one another, but yet we say we love one another.
That is correct. I feel that.
So, Representative Collier, together we're asking the author to remove those two sentences that does not change her bill at all, so that our children and our children's children would not be offended as long as ourselves existing here today. Would you agree with that?
I would, and that they would not repeat the wrongs of history.
And they would correct those things that are wrong. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That's a great amendment, and I believe that indeed, if the author of this bill is sincere about the love of God and the sanctity of this institution, that would be removed from this bill. Would you agree?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I do.
Gentlelady
Thank
yields
you,
for
Representative.
questions.
Are you aware that our very first president of the United States, George Washington, in 1789, in his travel journal, on his way to New York for his first inauguration, wrote, "Set out about 10 o'clock, accompanied by Mr. Thompson, the Secretary of Congress, Colonel Humphreys, and he said, and my manservant, Billy Lee." Billy Lee was an enslaved man entirety. So are you aware that he said that?
I am now. Yes, thank you.
So our very first president of the United States used this term to refer to slaves.
Absolutely. And these are not even words that we use today.
Thank you for your amendment.
Thank you. Members, I know that there's a motion to table. So you can vote yes to keep slavery or vote no to end it. Thank you.
Ms. Collier sends up an amendment. Ms. Noble moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Show Ms. Collier voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 77 ayes and 56 nays, the motion to table prevails. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Counters to meet while the House is in session today at 8 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Is there anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against SB 10? Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant in opposition.
Members of the House, the purpose of this bill is to put the Christian and Jewish religion into the public school classroom. Any assertion to the contrary is disingenuous, and everyone in here knows that. What's before us right now are two big issues. One is, are we going to hand the public school system still another irresolvable controversy that will cause our local schools one problem after another from now on? Let me ask you a question. If your elementary school child walked up to you and said, "Mom or Dad, what is adultery?" how would you answer that? I guarantee you would stop and think about it, and you would have some difficulty at that age. What if a child from another family walked up to you and asked you, "Mr. Bryant, what is adultery?" You would have great difficulty figuring out how to handle that situation. What do you expect our public school teachers to do with that question? It cannot be ignored. This question cannot be ignored. What do you expect them to do with that question? Or with the other questions that come from the Ten Commandments? And the first time a teacher stumbles and makes a mistake, Ms. Noble and all of her allies who are carrying this bill will be leading a group with pitchforks down to the school board to raise Cain and claim that somebody is persecuting Christians, somebody is miseducating their child, somebody is trying to discourage their child from understanding religion properly. This is going to be an impossible burden for our school districts. For that reason alone, we should vote against this bill. But the second question is this, and it is equally troublesome. Are we building a nation, or are we trying to dominate each other? I said in the beginning that the purpose of this bill is to insert Christianity and Judaism into the classroom. Numerous speakers before me have made the point that almost a third of our population are not Christians and not Jews. We have in our own House of Representatives here people who are not Christians. We have people within the House of Representatives who are not religious at all. We can't go forward asking almost a third of our population to pay taxes to support our public institutions and our public schools and then tell them, but we're going to put our version of religion on the walls of those schools. And yes, you must continue to pay your taxes to support these institutions. This is not a sustainable policy going forward. It's not fair, and it's not American. And this bill is not fair, and it's not American, and it's not Christian, and it's not Jewish. It's all about politics. I urge you to vote no on this bill.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. I've been going to the same church since I was 2 years old, and now I'm in seminary studying to become a minister myself one day. My faith means more to me than anything. I agree with what some of my Republican colleagues said yesterday. Faith is not just a private matter. I speak very openly about my faith in public. My faith is the reason I'm in public service. I believe we need more conversations about faith and morality in our society, not fewer. There is a spiritual crisis in our world that must be addressed, but this bill is not the way to address it. The separation of church and state doesn't just protect the state, it also protects the church. But every session we pass bills that erode this sacred boundary, replacing school counselors with untrained chaplains, using tax dollars to fund private Christian schools, teaching Christian Bible stories to our youngest, most impressionable students. And just yesterday, letting public school teachers use their authority to encourage students to pray. And now this bill, a bill to mandate the Ten Commandments in every classroom across the state. I think all these bills come from a place of fear. We're worried that people aren't coming to church like they used to. I share that fear. On Sunday mornings, I look across my church and I see a lot of gray hair. And I worry about the future of our church. But I firmly and passionately believe this is not the way to get people back to church. This is a power play. By using our power as legislators to elevate our faith tradition over all the rest, that's the kind of stuff that gives us Christians a bad name. Instead of living out the way of Jesus, we're imposing our beliefs on other people by force. Instead of leading by example, we're leading by mandate. If the goal of this bill is to create a whole new generation of Christians, I think this bill will do the opposite. I think this bill will create a whole new generation of atheists who think our religion is more about power than love. I love the Ten Commandments. I've tried to build my life on the Ten Commandments. But what does it mean to truly live out those 10 commandments? The Apostle Paul wrote in Romans 13, the commandments, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and whatever other command there may be, are summed up in this one command. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no harm to a neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfillment of the law. The Hindu student who sits in a classroom is our neighbor. The Buddhist student who sits in a classroom is our neighbor. The Sikh student who sits in a classroom is our neighbor. The atheist student who sits in a classroom is our neighbor. And we are called to love them as ourselves. But if this bill passes, we're going to put a poster on the wall of that classroom that says, "Thou shalt not worship any god before me." We're putting up a poster that says their religion is inferior. We're putting up a poster that says their faith is not welcome here. It's hard to be different as a kid. I bet each of you remembers a time that you felt left out, a time when you didn't fit in. We've all experienced that. It's the loneliest feeling in the world. It's why so many of Jesus' teachings are about outsiders and outcasts, neighbors who don't fit in. Forcing our religion onto Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh, and atheist students is not love. Forcing teachers to put up a poster in their classrooms against their wills is not love. Love does no harm to a neighbor. Love is the fulfillment of the law. I'm voting no on this bill, not despite my faith, but because of it. I'm voting no on this bill out of love for the Ten Commandments, out of love for the Constitution, and out of love for our neighbors. And I humbly ask you to do the same.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 49 nays, SB 10 is passed to third reading. Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the remarks, all of the remarks on amendment number 15 by Collier be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 227. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 227 by West, relating to the application review process for certain delayed birth certificates.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as of May the 7th, all Texas driver's license and state IDs will require what is called must be Real ID compliant. And so Texans now have to provide their birth certificate to verify citizenship when acquiring or renewing their compliant license or ID. So this creates significant barriers for Texas seniors who cannot locate or may not even have a birth certificate. So obtaining a birth certificate can be a complex process when the applications can be denied over minor contradictions. So Senate Bill 2227 fixes this issue by prohibiting the denial of minor contradictions. It requires consideration of the entire application to verify doubts about the place of birth. It emphasizes a valid ID or affidavit in the review process, and it also allows persons born before 1971 to submit only one parent's information. So members, let's help Texas seniors easily access their birth certificates and renew their driver's license or ID. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 227. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the eyes of the chair, the ayes have it. SB 227 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 261. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 261 by Perry, relating to the prohibition on offering for sale and the sale of cell-cultured protein for human consumption, providing civil and criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 261 seeks to protect Texas consumers, uphold transparency in the food supply, and defend the integrity of the state's agriculture and ranching industries from the unregulated introduction of cell-cultured protein.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask him some questions, but if you have more of your bill to lay out, you...
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Of unregulated introduction of cell-cultured protein, known as lab-grown meat products. The fact is, we do not fully understand how genetically engineered or lab-cultured cells interact with the cells in the human body. Beyond that, we also fully don't understand at a basic level what is in these products. This bill does not prohibit research or innovation of these products, just the sale within this state until September 1st of 2027. I also want to clear up some confusion. This bill doesn't have anything to do with veggie or plant-based products.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will he yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Gerdes. Is cell-cultured protein currently on the market here in Texas?
No.
Texas is the leading producer of livestock in the United States with over 12.2 million head of cattle and about 4 million of those being beef cattle. Is the goal of this bill aimed at protecting the beef industry?
The goal of this bill is to protect our agriculture industry. The opposition of this bill is in the long term, and it's been on the record from the president of the Good Foods Institute, to eradicate our agriculture industry.
Really, to eradicate?
To get rid of.
That seems far-fetched.
Yeah, you're telling me.
I believe that two things can exist at the same time.
Okay.
Cattle and cell-cultured. Why are we passing an all-out ban versus measured regulation or consumer labeling requirements?
We aren't passing all-out ban. What we're doing with this 2-year prohibition of just selling it for human consumption. We're not prohibiting the innovation, the research, development, and all that some of the opposition is saying what we're doing. What we're saying is we're going to stop. We want to push pause for 2 years and look at what we need to do as a state for the regulatory framework that needs to be in place. Because right now, for this type of new food market, there is no regulatory framework in the state that's set up to deal with this.
So, as it stands, would the industry be ready to put it on the market to sell it prior to that 2-year time frame?
That's up to the industry. What the intent of this bill is to make sure that the state is protecting its consumers with a regulatory framework that's set up to handle this new food market.
Well, instead of creating that framework, you're just saying it can't be sold. And
Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if they are, I don't know where they are in the process, if they're testing it and getting ready to market it, but now you're saying you can't market it for 2 years, and perhaps they'll be ready prior to that. Our state prides itself on technology and innovation. Are you concerned that this bill may have a negative impact on the biotechnology industry in Texas?
No.
Some may argue that the development and use of cell-cultured protein may help address some serious environmental concerns related to beef production. Are you aware that research indicates that cultivated meat could reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 92% and reduce land use by up to 90% compared to conventional beef?
I think that our Texas agriculture industry is one of the backbones of Texas and our Texas way of life. And if this stuff, we're not saying never, but if they want to compete in Texas, it needs to be an equal playing field of regulatory climate and the regulatory burdens that our meat producers face, period.
So are you working on that regulatory framework?
I'm working to get this bill across the finish line, then we'll deal with that when we need to.
Is there a concern that cell-cultured protein is potentially injurious to health?
Yes.
How will this legislative change interact with federal regulations and oversight from agencies like the FDA?
Texas needs to decide what happens in Texas as far as our meat production.
Are there any anticipated legal challenges to this prohibition, and how does the bill address potential conflicts?
We'll let that play out as it plays out. But right now, my job is to protect the folks of Texas and make sure that if things are coming to market, that there are safeguards in place to make sure it's safe for human consumption. We don't need our dinner plates being a scientific experiment.
So you don't believe that the FDA and federal laws are capable of doing that?
No.
What measures will be taken to enforce this prohibition, and what penalties are envisioned for violations?
Well, I'm sure you've read the bill. It's in the bill.
Could you spell them out for me?
It's clearly laid in the bill. Any other questions?
Okay. What is the Health and Human Services Commission's role in implementing this ban?
Well, right now there is zero framework for this, right? And so the ban to implement it will be through the Attorney General, I believe. It's a $1,000 fine for each infraction.
Total or per day?
For each infraction, for each one, not per day.
Does the bill criminalize possession of cell-cultured protein, even if it may have been lawfully acquired in another state or country?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Does the bill criminalize possession of cell-cultured protein, even if it may have been lawfully purchased in another state or country?
The offering of sale or sale of cell-cultured protein for human consumption within this state is unlawful and prohibited.
So if someone legally purchases cell-cultured meat in another state or country, they could face legal penalties simply for possessing it in Texas.
The bill doesn't address that.
I think it may, but
Oh, well, okay. It just says the offering, a prohibited act. The offering for sale or sale of cell-cultured protein for human consumption within this state is unlawful and prohibited.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 2261 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 of the rules.
Mr. Wu, please bring your point of order down front.
Mr. Wu raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for SB 261 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is substantially or materially misleading. The bill sponsor demonstrated that each claim in the background and purpose statement was provided to the committee. The bill sponsor additionally demonstrated that studies exist that support the claims made. Whether those studies are sufficient support for the claims is a policy dispute, not a procedural one. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled.
All right, Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to continue his opening. He has about a minute and a half left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
Okay, that's one way to do it. Anybody wishing to speak on for or against, where are we at? Senate Bill 261. Chair is none. Mr. Gertis move passage. Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 261 is passed to third reading. Okay. Members, please excuse Representatives Hernandez, Hunter, Romero to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on motion of Dean Thompson. Is there objection? Chair is not so ordered.